Hello everyone, welcome back, and thank you for the support as usual. This is the Void Shark.
The void had a taste. It was not a true flavor, not something the tongue could know. It was a knowing behind the teeth, in the back of the skull and the deep places of the lungs. To those who had killed enough and drifted in the dark for long enough, it was as obvious as the tang of iron on the air. Tonight, the void tasted of blood. The Nikkor drifted in the outer dark, far above the thin plain on which the galaxy crawled. Down there, the endless swarms of humanity clung to worlds like mold on rotten meat. Above it, there was only cold, only dust, only the slow, patient glide of things that did not feel the need to burn fuel unless there was something to chase. The Carcharodons rode that dark like sharks in an unseen ocean. The Nikkor was their heart, a battle barge of brutal slabbed armor and gnarled weapon blisters, old beyond the reckoning of most imperial scribes. Around it, lesser ships kept their distance and their discipline, each one a spear point waiting to be driven into soft flesh. Their reactor hearts beat low, their running lights extinguished. The fleet drifted with the illusion of dead metal. No vox chatter leaked. No active auger pulses gave them away. It was the way of the exiles. They hunted best in silence. In the strategium, the light was a murky gloom of hololithic projection and status runes, green and blue and pallid white. The air smelled of machine oil, sanctified incense, and the faint copper stink of blood that never truly left any place the Carcharodons walked. Tyberos stood at the center of it all, a monolith of ceramite and old scars. His armor was cataphracti plate, swollen and layered, an antique pattern dragged out of history and remade to fit a body that had been built for war. The plates were painted the storm grey of his chapter, their edges scarred and pitted by impacts long past. Old kill runes and hunt signs were scored into the ceramite by hand, a predator's tally etched in harsh, archaic script. Over his visor, the shark jaws of the chapter sigil had been worked into a permanent crest, fanged and cruel, framing his helm like a predator's maw poised to bite. On his gauntlets, the claws waited. Hunger was his right hand, Slake his left. They were lightning claws only in the most superficial sense. Their housings were brutal gauntlets of blackened iron, rune-scarred and studded. The talons themselves were long and curved, each one fashioned like a serrated shark tooth, their edges layered so that any strike that did not kill maimed, and any maim tore something away. At rest, they made a low, hungry purr, as if eager for the feel of armor and bone. Tyberos rested those weapons on the command rail, the talons ticking faintly against the worn metal as the Nikkor hummed around him. Below his vantage, mortal serfs moved with the subdued haste of men who knew death could fall on them from any direction. Their uniforms were stained, their faces pale, their skulls tattooed with the hieroglyphs of the Red Tithe. Data cables wrapped their spines like leashes. Servo skulls drifted between them, vox relays whispering short, sharp bursts of code. At the outer ring, Astartes officers, the Shoal masters, stood in silent knots, their armor dimmed, their eyes on their own displays. Far beyond the armored viewing bay, there was nothing but black. The galaxy was a faint smear of light far below, as if someone had dragged a glowing finger across velvet and then left it to fade. Tyberos watched that faint, distant light. He had seen it from worse places. He had seen it from the hull of a drifting wreck, his armor frozen under a sheen of ice, his breath loud in his own ears as he counted heartbeats until recovery. He had seen it through blood-smeared lenses, the stars wheeling as he fell, and the enemy fell with him. He knew how fragile that smear of radiance truly was. An astropath died somewhere in the bowels of the ship. The death came as a pressure first, a sudden weight in the air, as if the Nikkor itself were being pushed upon from all directions by invisible hands. Mortals flinched, lights flickered, the hololiths jittered for a heartbeat, their projections stretching and warping. Then the scream came. It was not sound in any true sense. It was a denial of silence, a tearing of the mind's ability to be alone. It clawed its way along the nerves of every living thing aboard, a ragged howl of distance and burning synapses. Men doubled over, clutching at their skulls. A servitor spasmed and tore itself free from its mounting cradle before an overseer's shock baton drove it down. The shoal masters stiffened imperceptibly, their gene-bred minds hard as stone against the pressure, but even they felt the razor edge of it scrape across their thoughts. Tyberos did not move. The scream rose and rose, a long, ragged note of planetary terror, squeezed through the throat of one soul, until that throat tore. There was an instant in which everyone aboard knew without doubt that somewhere, far away and unseen, a world was dying, and a man was watching it and could not bear it, and so he screamed until he broke. Silence slammed down. The Nikor's reactors throbbed on. Runes steadied. Men dragged breath back into their lungs. An echo of the scream hung in the air like the sting of salt spray after a wave had broken. On the lower tier, a Vox officer coughed black and red onto his console. His eyes were wide, white spider-webbed with burst vessels. The harness that kept him locked in place had saved him from flinging himself from his station. "Signal," he whispered. His voice cracked. He swallowed and forced it stronger. "Lord, astropathic signal, choir collapse, origin traced." A shoal master turned his helm toward the command pulpit. Tyberos inclined his head a fraction. "Speak it," the Shade Lord said. The officer's fingers trembled as he keyed the playback, translating psychic ruin into Vox sound. The Strategium speakers crackled, then spat out a voice dragged from the edge of annihilation. "Anyone, any blade still loyal in the dark, this is Lord Marshal Vardek of Golgotha Primus. We are under attack. Black Legion elements in strength. Repeat, Black Legion in strength. Identified sigils confirmed. The Despoiler leads them. Multiple systems compromised. Hive clusters burning. Population in the tens of billions at risk. We cannot hold. Any chapter, any fleet of his realm that hears this, in the throne's name, answer. In the Emperor's name, answer, answer, answer." The voice dissolved into static and the howl of macro shells. For a moment, underneath the distortion, other sounds leaked through. The sharp rattle of lass fire, the distant grinding roar of something far larger, men shouting orders, then screaming wordless as they died. There was a wet gargle, as if the speaker's throat were opened mid-sentence, and then the signal burned out. The Vox officer flinched, as if struck. Runes on his board flared and then guttered as the last of the astropathic remnants spent themselves. No one in the Strategium spoke. Tyberos looked down at the globe of hololithic light that dominated the chamber's center. At a gesture from a shoal master, it shifted, the stylized wash of stars reconfiguring into a localized map. A region of the lower spiral flared, marked in cold, administrative script with what remained of its ancient designations. A cluster of stars burned brighter, the Golgotha cluster, its primary hive world now marked in the red of distress. Secondary runes crawled along the edge of the display, lines of raw auspex and astropathic interpretation. Warp readings there were ugly. An unnatural bloom had erupted around the hive world, a storm inside the immaterium, lashing at the skin of real space. Within that storm, fleet traces crawled like maggots in a wound. A shipmaster on the outer ring muttered a curse in his own tongue. "Warp! Flux patterns match previous Crusade records," another said, voice flat. "Signature dispersal indicates a core flagship surrounded by attendant strike elements, supported by slave and cult flotillas. Black Legion. The Despoiler's design is clear." Tyberos watched the icons move. Like any hunter worth the name, he understood how his prey thought. The Despoiler liked weight and spectacle, the massed hammer blow, the hand of the gods closing around a victim's throat. This was no raid. This was harvest. "Vox intercepts from the wider region," a shoalmaster intoned, consulting a slate chained to his wrist. Multiple worlds in the cluster already dark, others broadcasting contradictory data. Some call the attackers sons of Horus. Some speak only of a great eye opening in the sky. Additional recordings were added to the gloom. An Imperial Navy captain, his voice rigid with terror, begging for reinforcements as his system defense flotilla broke apart under lance fire. A planetary governor, sobbing in hysterical disbelief as he listed population numbers and swore that his world could not possibly fall, not with so many souls crying out. A priest on an open channel, chanting litanies to drown the sound of his own flocks dying around him. Each transmission ended the same way: the sharp crack of weapons, the rise of panicked shouting, the wet cut-off of a throat opened, or a skull broken, the strategium filled with the ghosts of men whose bodies were still cooling. One by one, the recordings ended. At last, there was only the hum of the Nika's engines and the soft whine of auger relays. The shoal masters gathered at the foot of the pulpit, their armor plates whispering against one another. Some bore the pallid shark icon on their shoulders. Others wore personal kill marks, shark jaw trophies, strings of teeth taken from beasts and men alike. Edicts of exile, one said, his voice low but carrying in the hushed chamber. We are beyond the bounds of formal muster. We answer to no summons. We roam where the Void Father sends us. This is the creed given when we were cut loose. The wars of the core are not ours. Another answered, his accent dragging some words into the harsh cadence of their old tongue. The prey below is the Despoiler. His work stains the spiral. He feeds the gods. Does that not fall within the lines of our hunt? Not all hunting is ours to take, a third said. We have our own corridors of blood to patrol, our own debts to the throne. If we change course for every broken world that howls, we will never leave the plane. We will drown in their pleas. Words passed between them like blades testing one another. They did not shout. They did not gesture wide. Their arguments were old, older than any of the mortals listening, older perhaps than any of the men they had been before exile. They spoke of tithes owed and commands taken. They spoke of the quiet decree that had turned their chapter into ghosts and their home into a rumor. Brothers, one said at last, helm angling toward Tyberos on the height, we were set apart. We were told to range in the silent places and fall upon the foes that creep where no one else sees. That was the charge. That was the exile. This is not a creeping foe. This is the Despoiler on open display. The Lords of the Core must answer him. It is their war. The Lords of the Core, another hissed, have failed him before. You know this. We all know their cycles. They meet his crusades with great speeches and the weight of their books. They bleed. He bleeds. He returns. We return to the dark. The tally goes on. The blood of billions feeds the warp. How many more worlds must we watch burn in the distance before we sink our teeth into his throat instead of his shadow? They fell silent, waiting. Tyberos had not looked away from the hololithic display. The red-marked system spun gently, the storm within it rendered as a tangled knot of light. Fleet symbols crawled around it, too many to render individually at the scale the display allowed, but enough to know that there were ships there in their hundreds, men in their millions, souls in numbers that did not matter individually. He saw it not as a tactical map, not as some admiral's abstract puzzle, but as a wounded animal rolling in its own spreading blood. Brothers, he said. The single word cut through the chamber like a blade. The edicts of exile have never said that we must turn away from blood in the water. His voice was deep and rough, a sound like stone dragged along iron. He spoke low Gothic, with a slight distortion, as if it had to pass through another language before reaching his tongue. We were cast into the outer dark to hunt in silence. That has not changed. We do not come when the core calls. We do not answer to their beacons. We do not trim our claws at their command. That has not changed. He lifted one gauntlet from the rail. The talons of hunger clicked together, their power fields muttering. But the Despoiler has put his teeth into prey that bleeds into the warp. He feeds the gods with worlds. His war host is not some distant tale. It lies in our path. Its wake fouls the void. He let the silence sit for a moment. In the old seas, he said, when the great predators hunted near the shores, there were tales of the waters turning red for leagues. Every lesser thing that tasted that water came frantic and mad. They tore at the drifting meat, and in their hunger, they became prey themselves. The greatest of the sharks did not need to chase. They drifted and waited, and the food came to them. He looked down on the red glowing system. The Despoiler's work has turned the void red. His war host is meat in the water. The Void Father has put that trail across our course. He inclined his helm, the shark crest casting a jagged shadow across his gorget. Exile does not forbid us from feeding. No one answered him. They did not need to. The shoal masters bowed their helms in the small, precise way of their tribe. Acknowledgement rather than obeisance. The Strategium's servitors began to chant in Binharik, their mechanical voices rising in a low, grinding hymn as new orders rippled out along the Nikor's length. "Plot a translation vector," one shipmaster barked to his crew. "We ride the storm's edge." "Minimal signature," another ordered. "We use their wake. We bleed our reactors to match their flux. No active beacons, no unnecessary vox. We go in under the shade of their own shadow." Doctrine unfolded in murmured commands and thumbed runes. The Carcharodons did not speak of supply lines or relief timetables. Their war was simple. They roamed. They watched from the dark. When they scented weakness, they fell upon it with the totality of their strength. They had no home world to defend, no fortress monastery to garrison. Their fleet was their existence, their armor their chapel, their blades their creed. They took their tithe in flesh and blood wherever they passed, rebuilding their numbers from the men broken by the wars they visited, stripping populations like carrion. The Imperium called other chapters when it needed banners on walls and oaths in assembly halls. When a region's map turned to black and no one could say what hunted there, sometimes, much later, a tale would surface of grey-armored giants who had come and gone and left nothing but wreckage and silence. The Nikor moved. Deep in its spine, the translation engines rumbled. Prayers chimed through their housings by pallid tech priests. Geller field projectors awoke with the groan of things woken from bad dreams. The vessel's slow drift became a purposeful glide as reactors came fully alive. Around it, the lesser ships of the nomad predation fleet mirrored its change, turning like a school of hunting beasts bringing their snouts to bear upon the same scent. Tyberos watched the hololithic map zoom and reframe, runes recalculating the path. They would not come in on the clean vector that any sane admiral would choose. They would translate in on the wake of Abaddon's own armada, skimming the turbulence where the warp was already aflame. It was dangerous. The margin between emergence and immolation would be thin. He preferred it that way. The safe paths were where prey expected you to be. His helm lenses dimmed as the viewing bay's shutters began to grind shut, thick adamantium petals sealing out the sight of distant stars. The Strategium darkened further. Status runes glowed like a scattering of cold embers. Men gripped their harnesses. Servo skulls found docking alcoves and locked themselves in place with magnetic clicks. Over the internal vox, litany after litany began, chanted by mortals and Astartes alike. Some called on the Emperor as Lord of the Storm, some as Judge, some as the distant, silent Father in the void, whose gaze they feared more than any demon. None asked for mercy. All asked for a chance to kill. Tyberos reached for the ship-wide Vox rune on the rail. The channel opened with a soft hiss that every soul aboard felt even if they could not hear it. For a moment, he said nothing. He could feel the Nikkor readying herself under his boots, the tension of a predator coiling before it lunged. He leaned closer to the Vox grill so that when he spoke the word, it would carry like a knife across every compartment and every mind. "Feed," he said. The Nikkor tore herself out of reality and hurled into the screaming light of the warp, following the blood trail toward the doomed system. Golgotha burned. The hive world had once been a column of light amid the darkness, its spires rising from poisoned seas and ash deserts like the teeth of some titanic beast. Billions had lived in its stacked warrens and manufactoria, pressing against one another in the stink of industry and human waste, never seeing the sky save as a strip of polluted grey between walls of ferrocrete. Now, the sky was a wound. Lance fire fell from orbit in long surgical beams, cutting through smog and cloud and atmosphere in unbroken lines. Wherever those lines touched, matter ceased to be what it had been. Towering hab blocks became avalanches of molten slag. Transways and avenue chasms flashed white, then black, then were gone. Whole crowded districts simply turned to vapor. The scream of air forcing itself into the vacuum left by those weapons was loud enough to shatter glass a dozen hives away. Plasma bombardments bloomed in slow motion, swelling spheres of sun-hot light that rolled down across hive sides and along ground-level districts, peeling armor and ferrocrete like skin. People died inside those lights without ever understanding that their lives had ended. One heartbeat they were running, the next there was only incandescent white, and then not even that. Above it all, the Black Legion's ships moved in patient arcs. Black hulls, edged in brass and rune scored, prowled through orbit on contrails of engine fire and tainted exhaust. Gun decks opened and closed in slow rhythm, like gills, spewing salvo after salvo at the world below. Slave barges and cultist flotillas clustered around the larger vessels like feeding remoras, their holds already heavy with the bodies and souls that had been taken. High above even them, the storm in the warp knotted tighter. The sky itself seemed to twist when men looked at it. Colors bled where they should have been sharp. The day dimmed and brightened with no respect for the movement of the planet or its sun. It was as if an invisible sea were pressing down upon Golgotha, looking for a weak point in the skin of reality. On the ground, the harvest had begun in earnest. The planetary defense forces had broken early. Whole regiments had taken one look at the descending symbols on the attack craft and dropped to their knees in panicked prayer. Others had tried to fight and simply been erased where they stood. Those who survived those first hours had found themselves facing men they recognized, men in the same uniforms, the same unit markings, but with their eyes full of something else. The traitor guard wore the same flak and carapace, the same battered helmets, but their armor was daubed now with marks in blood and ash. Some had stripped away imperial badges and stamped crude eight-pointed stars into the plating with the muzzles of their guns. Others had left the Aquilas where they were, bayoneting them, shooting them, carving them with knives until they were little more than scars. Their officers had been the first to kneel at new altars, and those who had refused to bow had been the first to die. They worked with a fanaticism the loyal had never shown. At the edges of the hives, in the fields of ash and junk that surrounded the megastructures, they dug pits. The ground was compacted and dead, but there were many hands and many shovels, and the bombardments carved craters as if a god were helping. Into those pits, they drove the people of Golgotha in roiling, screaming masses. Herding horns blared, sirens wailed, loud hailers crackled with orders and threats. Troopers lined the edges of the pits, laser guns and autoguns steady. Commissars in iconoclast uniforms walked behind them, bolt pistols and power swords ready, but now the Aquilas on their caps had been scored and defaced, their faces painted in crimson and ash. The crowd's sound was a single, shifting roar. Prayers, sobs, curses, the wordless keen of those who had lost everything, all tangled together into one living noise. There were men in those herds who had never known anything beyond the corridor they lived in and the corridor they worked in. Now they stood under an open, burning sky and understood that it had always been waiting above them, hungry. The order to fire came without ceremony. Gun lines barked in disciplined rhythm. Last beams cut through flesh and cloth, turning chests into steaming craters, taking heads off in ragged sprays of red. Autogun rounds tore through bodies, punching exit wounds that painted the pit's opposite walls. People fell forward over those already dead, stumbled, were pushed by the weight of those behind them. Some tried to climb back up the sides, scrambling on dirt made slick with blood. They were shot first, their bodies tumbling back down as warnings. The pits filled. When the top layer of the dead lay still, when twitching ceased and silence finally began to creep in, the firing stopped. The executioners slung their weapons and clambered down, boots squelching. They stripped anything useful from the bodies with practiced motions. Ammunition, armor plates, augmetics torn free with a twist and a cut. Then the work changed. The piles were not left as they fell. The corpses were dragged into patterns, limbs pulled straight or folded, heads turned to face certain directions. Those who still breathed were used with special care, placed at the points of intersections, posed in certain ways, their eyes pried open to stare upward. Any who stirred too much were kicked until bones broke, or stabbed, or shot through non-vital parts so they would remain alive but still. From the air, had any loyal vessel still been in position to see, those pits would have looked like sigils, like runes pushed into flesh, circles upon circles, jagged lines meeting at sharp angles, the shapes of blasphemous constellations writ in meat and blood. The number that underpinned them was older than the Imperium, older than mankind's claim to the stars. It was a sacred pattern, an 8-pointed hunger pressed into the surface of the world. In the streets between the hive's towering ribs, the Black Legion walked. They moved like the inevitability of night, each step of their armored boots leaving cracks in the broken pavement. Their warplate was the color of void, edged in brass the color of old blood. Horns and spikes jutted from their pauldrons and helms, some grown, some forged, some a fusion of the two. Chains hung with skulls clinked against their greaves. On their shoulder guards, the eye of Horus watched the dying world with cold, pitiless regard. Bolters boomed, each shot a miniature explosion that pulped bodies, shattered walls, blew men apart in sprays of red mist. Flamers poured liquid fire into habs and sanctuaries, washing away shrieking congregations in a tide of orange and black. Those who tried to flee into side tunnels found the exits already blocked by traitor guard gun lines, or by freshly raised barricades of corpses. The Astartes did not hurry. They did not need to. Where they found survivors in ones and twos, they amused themselves. In a market square that had once been full of shouted haggling and the stink of cheap food, a handful of men were crucified on fluted iron spikes. Their screams had broken long ago. Now they moaned in hoarse whimpers as they shifted their weight on the metal driven through their limbs. A Black Legion warrior in armor marked with the 8-pointed star took a length of chain and, with methodical care, looped it through the trestles that held the impaled upright. With a grunt of servos, he dragged them into positions more pleasing to the eye, arranging each impaled body so that, from above, the line of them would form a sigil. Elsewhere, in a shrine that had once held a statue of a saint, the image lay shattered, its stone head ground to gravel beneath boot treads. In its place, the Black Legionnaires had built a new icon from the assembled bodies of the shrine's attendants, their limbs wired and nailed into place. A new eye stared where the old visage had gazed down in worn benevolence, this one fashioned from a mass of severed heads crammed together, their mouths still moving silently as the last glimmers of life clung to them. The air inside the hive was thick with the smell of burning insulation, promethium, hot metal, and opened bodies. Smoke rolled through the corridors and up the stairwells. In some places, it was so dense that those without augmetic lungs simply dropped, choking. Atop the highest spire of Golgotha's primary hive, the storm had come to roost. The apex platform had once been a landing stage for dignitaries and cargo haulers, a flat plain of adamantine and plasteel with hard lines and clear traffic codes. Now it was a killing ground and an altar combined. The marks of its former purpose lay beneath layers of blood and soot, barely visible under circles painted in gore and ash. In the center of those circles stood a sorcerer of the Black Legion. His armor was a warp-forged exaggeration of the power plate he had once worn as a loyal son of the Imperium, every surface covered in crawling, shifting script. Horns arched back from his helm, and from the armor's collar grew things that might have been spines or roots or veins, twisting upward into a halo of bone and metal. In one gauntleted hand, he held a staff topped with a severed, still blinking eye, its optic nerve trailing. In the other, he clutched a book bound in flayed skin, its pages fluttering despite the lack of wind. Around him knelt a circle of newly minted cultists, their robes fresh with the blood of those they had replaced. They chanted as one, throats swollen with overuse. The words they spoke were not meant for human mouths, and some of them had already torn their vocal cords attempting it, their blood added to the sigils inscribed on the floor. The sorcerer's voice rose above theirs, a whip-crack of sound that made the air vibrate. He spoke not only aloud, but into the space that lay alongside the world, his words hooking into the raw scream of fear, pouring off Golgotha's billions and turning it, shaping it. The terror of each individual meant nothing to him. There were simply so many. Each dying mind was a drop in a tide. He gathered that tide, pressing it, compacting it, forcing it toward a point. Above the platform, the sky split. At first it was a hairline fracture, a thin crack in the blue-grey that should not have been there. Then it widened, stretching, tearing. Through the tear shone colors that did not exist in any sane spectrum, hues that made the eye ache to look upon them. Lightning that had no clear source crawled around its edges. The sorcerer raised his arms, his staff and book both smearing their own little trails of corruption as their power joined with the storm. Something pushed from the other side. Shapes tumbled out of the wound. They were small, by the standards of the things that now watched Golgotha, but they were enough. Lesser demons, birthed from fear and rage and the promise of more, dropped from the rent in reality like slaughterhouse offal. They hit the platform, the hive side, the roofs of lower structures, shrieking in voices like raise ridges on glass. Forms fluctuated and slipped, claws, maws, tails, tongues, eyes, all appearing and vanishing as their unstable bodies tried to hold themselves together in a world that hated them. They poured downward. Where they passed, men's shadows wriggled and detached themselves. Blood boiled in veins. Walls grew eyes and wept. The demons did not need to kill. Their mere passage ripped sanity apart. The Black Legionnaires below welcomed them, their own twisted souls resonating to the newcomers' presence, bolters and chain blades working in rhythm with the creature's frenzied attacks. High above the sorcerer, still higher than the wounded sky, the Despoiler watched. His flagship hung over Golgotha, like a black mountain turned upside down, its hull bristling with weapons and scars. Around it drifted an armada, thousand upon thousand of vessels, from arrogant, ancient cruisers down to ragged raiders and demon engines grown in the forges of hell crowded its vicinity. Their courses intersected and wove without collision, guided by the iron will that sat at the heart of it all. Within the flagship's strategium, that will sat upon a throne of iron and bone, and listened. Hollow projections painted the air in front of Abaddon with shifting light. Maps of the Golgotha cluster rotated slowly, color-coded markups showing systems already taken, systems in process, systems yet to fall. Population counts scrolled in long, impersonal strings, each digit a life measured in the only currency that mattered here. How much suffering it could yield, how brightly it would burn in the sight of the gods. Casualty reports were muttered by cowled adepts in whining Binharik, or displayed as graphs on slates held by trembling human attendants, or whispered by murmuring demons bound within iron frames. Losses were noted. Gains were weighed against them. Imperial resistance was classified as negligible in some places, stiff in others, but nowhere decisive. The overall judgment was simple. The harvest was good. It was not good enough. A warpsmith stood at the foot of the throne, armor moving with a constant susurrus of clacking mechadendrites and unfolding servo arms. His weapon limbs were spattered with oil and blood in equal measure. His voice was a grating fusion of vox and augmetic wheeze. He had just finished speaking when Abaddon gestured toward him. "Say it again," the Warmaster said. The warpsmith's helm lenses flickered. "World consumption on Golgotha Primus is proceeding slower than projected, Warmaster," he grated. "The local industry is more extensive than initial auspex revealed. There are supply caches hidden within the hive depths. We break them open, we burn them, we drive the population out and up, and yet there are levels we have not yet reached. Their depth is a hindrance. Collapsing whole strata will take time, and it risks losing tithable biomass. If the objective is spectacle, we can bring their hives down in a matter of hours. If the objective is the greatest possible offering..." Abaddon lifted the talon. The ancient gauntlet of Horus clicked as its fingers opened. The air around it shuddered. For a moment the sounds of the strategium dulled, as if the universe itself were pausing to watch. The Warmaster rose from the throne. He was huge, even by the standards of his kind, his Baroque Terminator armor a walking monument to every war he had ever fought. Horns curled from his pauldrons. Chains hung heavy from his gorget. Symbols of all four great powers of the warp clung to him like rust and lichen. His face, when he chose to show it, bore the weight of centuries and the scars of too many campaigns. But now it was hidden behind a helm that turned him into a black, faceless idol. He descended the steps. The warpsmith flinched. Servos whined as he straightened, as if trying to make himself taller in the moment before his judgment. Around them, officers and attendants drew back. Even, the lights seemed to dim slightly. "You speak of hindrance," Abaddon said, his voice low. The warpsmith nodded, a jerk of his helmet. "Only as a factor in calculation, Warmaster. We must balance time and yield. There are other clusters, other sectors waiting. We cannot afford to be mired in one system longer than necessary. The gods will be sated regardless." Abaddon stopped in front of him. "The gods are never sated," he said. The talon punched forward. It did not simply pierce the warpsmith's armor, it unmade it. Claws sheathed in ancient, warp-saturated field energy ripped through ceramite, flesh and metal as if they were wet parchment. The warpsmith jackknifed, a half-choked roar torn from him as the talon lifted him off his feet. His mechadendrites flailed, their tools and weapons twitching impotently. Abaddon held him there, suspended, for the space of a few heartbeats. "You speak of time as if it belongs to you," the Despoiler said. "You speak of yield as if you were counting coins. You forget why we are here." He turned, still holding the impaled warpsmith, and gestured with his other hand. The deck plates in front of the throne split, folding back like the petals of some obscene iron flower. From the darkness below rose machinery, rusted and blood-slick, blades and hooks and spines unfolding like the limbs of a mechanical arachnid. "You will learn," Abaddon said. He threw the warpsmith into the waiting embrace of the machine. Living metal arms caught the traitor artisan, punching into joints, through vents, into soft meat between plates. The warpsmith's roar turned into a wet gurgle as his armor was peeled away in overlapping sheets, flayed from his frame. Skin followed, stripped in broad, bloody banners that were draped over hanging spars. Wires were sunk into exposed muscle. Nails the size of a man's forearm pinned his limbs into outstretched positions. His blood ran in channels designed to take it, trickling, down into rusted reservoirs where other fluids already collected. The machine raised its new trophy, presenting the screaming, skinless figure to the strategium like a banner. "Look upon him," Abaddon said, turning back to the gathered commanders. "This is the cost of forgetting that we are not here merely to win. We are here to make this system a mark upon the galaxy, a nexus, a wound that will never truly heal. Every life taken, every soul broken, every mind shattered is a stone in the road I lay toward terror." He returned to his throne, the talons slowly curling closed, blood steaming on its claws. "Golgotha will be our staging ground," he said. "From here we will reach into the neighboring sectors. This cluster's population will be our tithe. They will fill the holds of our warships, the bellies of our gods, the ranks of our mortal horde. When we are done, there will be nothing left here that is not useful to us or pleasing to them. Is this understood?" Around him, officers bowed their heads. Sorcerers smiled behind their helms. Demon engines rattled their chains in distant holds, sensing the promise of more. "Then go," Abaddon said. "Reap." Down below, in the corpse-choked arteries of a half-ruined hive, one small reaping was taking place with particular enthusiasm. A Black Legion squad had turned an administratum sub-level into a personal chapel. The walls were lined with shelves that had once held ledgers and data slates. Now those shelves held severed hands nailed in rows, each one pointing toward the center of the room. Paper was strewn across the floor, soaked in blood until it had become a matting of clotted pulp. In that center, 4 Imperial officers knelt. Their uniforms were torn and filthy, their rank insignia stripped, but the set of their shoulders and the lines of their faces still bore the memory of command. Their hands were bound behind their backs with cable ties. Their eyes were swollen from smoke and weeping, but they were still clear enough to see the warriors who circled them. The Black Legionnaires moved slowly, taking their time. One of them, his armor marked with the eye of a particular dark patron, held a chain blade in one hand and an auspex in the other. The auspex did not scan for heat or vox signals. It monitored the officers' heartbeats. Each spike on its screen was matched by a low chuckle from the warrior as he considered how much fear each man still held. "Listen," he said conversationally, as he rested the flat of his blade on one officer's shoulder. "You still hope." The officer said nothing. Blood ran down the side of his face from a split scalp. His jaw was clenched so tight that the muscles stood out like cables. "You hope that someone is coming," the Black Legionnaire went on. "Some fleet you have never seen, some chapter whose names you have only read in shrines or heard in sermons. You think the Emperor will send them. You think the corpse on the throne cares that you are here, on your knees, in this room." He pressed the edge down. It bit into cloth and skin. The officer hissed, then bit the sound off. "I could end that hope quickly," the warrior said. "A bolt round, a single swing. But there is better use to be made of it." He shifted his grip. With a slow, deliberate movement, he drew the chain blade down, teeth chattering as they chewed through flesh. The officer's scream finally broke free, high and raw. Blood sprayed, pattering against the soaked papers. The other kneeling men flinched, their bodies twisting against their bonds. The Black Legionnaire did not hurry. He took the arm off piece by piece, stopping now and then to let the officer's breathing raggedly steady, to let the auspex show the spikes and troughs of his heart rate. He talked as he worked, voice a steady, hateful hymn. "Despair is a more potent offering than fear alone," he said. "It is not enough that you die. You must know, before the end, that all you believed was ash." Another officer tried to speak, maybe to curse him, maybe to pray. A boot struck him in the back of the head, driving his face into the floor. "Faith is a joke," another warrior said, his horned helm canting in amusement. "Listen to your comrade. He is learning that now. You will learn it too. We will teach you as we unmake you." They worked until the floor was slick, and both the able-bodied and the maimed knelt in a lake of their own blood. Limbs lay in a heap in one corner, arranged into something that made the demons watching through thin places in the air chuckle without sound. At the doorway, a single ruined figure dragged himself away. He had been thrown aside early, his usefulness apparently dismissed by the Astartes. His chest was a mess of burns, where a near miss from a bolt round had chewed through flak and skin, leaving bone exposed. One arm hung by tendons. His legs were half numb. Each breath was a wet rattle. He left a smear behind him as he crawled, hands slipping in gore. He had been a Vox officer once. The insignia was still visible on the tatters of his uniform. The memory of his duties was one of the few things left in his mind that was not pain. There was a Vox alcove at the end of the corridor. Its door was hanging open, its interior lit by the flicker of failing power. The set inside was old, its casing reinforced against hive dust and careless blows, but it still hummed with life. He crawled toward it. Behind him, the voices of the Black Legionnaires rose and fell in lazy conversation, punctuated by occasional sharp bursts of renewed screaming. None of them bothered to watch the dying man. He was no threat. He was beneath notice. He clawed his way into the alcove. His fingers slipped on the controls. Blood smeared the dials and switches. He could not see properly. One eye was swollen shut. The other was full of tears and smoke sting. He worked by feel, by long habit. He opened a channel. He did not know to where. It did not matter. He broadcast. "This is Vox Officer, Vardek's command, Golgotha Primus," he rasped. "To any Imperial vessel, any chapter, any loyal blade in the dark, we are under attack by the Black Legion. The Despoiler leads them. Population in the tens of billions compromised. They are..." He coughed, bringing up a mouthful of blood. "They are executing us, world by world. This is not a raid. This is a harvest. In the Emperor's name, in the throne's name. Answer." Something stepped into the doorway behind him. A shadow fell across the console. He turned his head. A Black Legion warrior stood there, bolter held casually in one fist, the eye of Horus glaring from his pauldron. The warrior's helm tilted as he regarded the Vox officer. There was amusement in the angle. The dying man tried to say more. He did not have the air for it. The warrior raised his bolter and fired. The shot took the Vox officer in the side of the head, tearing it apart in a blossom of red and grey. His body jerked, then slumped, one hand still resting on the transmitter rune. The signal went on for a moment longer, mindless, then degraded into static as power finally failed. At the very edge of the system, where darkness was almost complete and the warp storm's light was a distant bruise on the skin of reality, a ship's augers twitched. The Nicor rode the ecliptic in silence, its engines low, its hull lights black. Its auspex arrays were as sensitive as any senses possessed by living things. They tasted the bleed of Vox, the ragged edges of astropathic screams, the stink of burning worlds. They tasted the dying Vox officer's last breath as it fled into the void. In the strategium, a rune flared. "Lord," a Vox serf said, voice tight, short-range transmission fragment piggybacked on wider band distress. Ident codes confirm Golgotha Primus. Black Legion named. The Despoiler named. On the pulpit, Tyberos turned his helm slightly. The pale lenses regarded the rune as if it were an insect. He listened as the fragment was played back, the last shredded plea of a man whose name he would never know. He heard the words, Black Legion. He heard the title, Despoiler. His claws flexed once on the rail, talons scraping. "Vector confirmed," a shoal master said quietly. "Prey identified." Tyberos gave a small nod. The decision he had already made hardened, not changed, but sharpened. "Bring us in closer," he said. "The hunt begins." The sharks came in quiet. The nomad armada of the Carcharodons slid deeper into the Golgotha system, like a school of hunting beasts slipping beneath turbulent water. No proud battle line formed around the Nicor. There were no parade formations or neat measured distances. Each vessel was its own spear, its own set of jaws, angling in for the kill along a different vector. They were ships made for murder at close range. Their prows were thick with armor and impact bracing, their hulls scarred where they had rammed other vessels and lived. Gun decks were set for brutal, point-blank broadsides rather than the graceful lance duels favored by more refined fleets. Torpedo tubes were oversized, configured to spit out assault craft and breaching torpedoes in great snarling volleys. Their void shields were rugged, over-reinforced, meant to soak the inevitable storm that came when you put your hull within arm's reach of prey. The Nicor led them, a vast grey mass that gave nothing away, her running lights dead, her weapon batteries dark. Around her, the smaller strike cruisers and escort vessels ghosted through the darkness, engines throttled down, heat profiles trimmed to match the background glow of the system's own debris. To the blunt sensors of the Black Legion's outer pickets, the sharks were just another echo in the void, more wreckage left from the early stages of the Despoilers. Bombardment. In the Strategium, Golgotha's sun hung as a pale sphere in the center of the hololithic display, the burning hive world a bleeding wound beside it. Tyberos stood on the command pulpit, claws resting on the rail, watching as enemy fleet icons crawled across the projection. At the system's heart, where the warp storm had torn reality thin, Abaddon's armada was a solid mass of red. Thousands of contacts clustered together in a roiling knot of power. The pattern of their movement spoke of arrogance and security. They were sure of their dominance. They had crushed the loyalist defense flotillas. They had seized the orbital platforms. They were close enough to their gods that they did not believe anything could reach them through the storm without their leave. Tyberos did not look at that central knot for long. "Show me the edges," he said. The display shifted. The glare of the core dimmed. The periphery of the system expanded, faint traces becoming clearer. Individual enemy symbols resolved into picket ships, scouts, munitions haulers running between fuel depots and the main fleet. Vox relays networked into a wide halo of communication. "These first," Tyberos said. A shoal master inclined his helm. "We isolate them," he said. "We take their teeth and tongue before we go for the throat. We unmake their wake," another added, scarred gauntlet tapping at a slate. "Fuel convoys, slave barges, forge hulks. Rip out the roots of their harvest. Let their core fleet sit bloated and blind while the outer system dies around them." Tyberos gave a slow nod. The claws of hunger clicked once, impatient. "Ranging orders," he said. "No signal flare, no heraldry. This is nomad predation. We take the weak first. We leave the strong to wonder where their strength went." His words spread through the Nicor's Vox net and out along tight beam channels to the accompanying ships. The fleet answered not with shouted affirmation, but with motion. Engines spooled up a fraction. Vessels that had been drifting like dead hulks adjusted their courses by degrees, putting themselves on intercept paths with distant, unsuspecting targets. The first prey was a Black Legion cruiser on the far edge of the system. It ran alone, far from the comforting gravity well of the main armada, its crew complacent. Its task was menial by the standards of the Crusade. It patrolled the outer approaches, its auspex arrays sweeping for any sign of loyalist reinforcement. It had seen nothing since it arrived, save the dying embers of the Imperial Navy flotilla it had helped tear apart. Even the officers had begun to relax, secure in the knowledge that their brothers closer to the planet would be doing the real work. On its bridge, mortal crew slumped in their harnesses, eyes half-lidded, listening to the distant rumble of their own bombardment batteries firing desultory practice shots into empty space. In the shadowed command throne at the rear, a single black legionnaire brooded, bored, his helm lenses unfocused as he listened to distant Vox traffic from the main armada, indulging in the gory details of the atrocities below as if they were a campfire story. The Auspex officer's hand moved, almost lazily, to acknowledge a faint contact brushing the edge of his display. It looked like debris. His mind filed it away as such. A moment later, another contact appeared, then a third and a fourth. His frown deepened. He leaned in, rubbing a grimy thumb over the rune to cycle through filter modes. The contacts did not behave like debris. Debris drifted, slowed by gravity and solar wind. These echoes crept with purpose. Their engine signatures were a whisper, almost nothing, but they were there. Every time he recalibrated, the shadows grew a little nearer. "Sir," he said. The Black Legionnaire in the throne did not answer. He was listening to a Vox School relay of Golgothan priests pleading in real time, the sound of the man's flock burning around him, a pleasing background to his war god's own private meditations. "Sir," the Auspex officer said again, louder, some edge of fear entering his voice. The Legionnaire looked up, as if irritated at being dragged from a particularly amusing anecdote. "Speak, mortal," he said. "Multiple contacts," the officer stammered. "Bearing sunward, low signature, vector closing. I cannot get a clear designation. Their emissions are—" He never finished the sentence. Something hit the cruiser. It was not a lance strike, not the distant punch of macro shells. It was a physical impact that shuddered through the vessel's spine. Alarms shrieked. Men were flung from their seats. The Auspex display smeared into a mess of static as the sensor arrays were jarred from alignment. On the hull, a series of adamantine harpoons punched through armor plating as if it were rotten wood. Each harpoon was thick as a gun deck pillar, its head a barbed mass of ceramite and void-hardened teeth. Chains as thick as a man's torso trailed behind them, links clanging against the hull as the embedded hooks bit home. The cruiser's void shields howled in protest as they flickered, trying to repel the solid intrusion. It was already too late. The harpoons had been fired under the skin of reality, riding the moment where translation energies still clung to them. They did not care about void fields. A heartbeat later, the chain snapped taut. The attacking ships had been invisible a moment before, their hulls cold and dark, coasting without leaving much of a trace. Now their main drives lit, engines roaring to life. Grey prows surged out of the night, their own plating scarred and shark-jawed, teeth painted across their flanks in white and black. They gripped the chains in massive winches and began to haul. The Black Legion cruiser bucked, its own engines flared in panicked response, attempting to break away, to angle its broadside guns toward the new threat. It was like a wounded beast trying to twist free of a harpoon buried in its flesh. The hunters had already reckoned for it. Their formation pivoted, their mass and thrust exerted through the chains. Slowly, inexorably, the larger ship was dragged off its course, reeled in toward the waiting moors of the Carcharodon vessels. On its bridge, the commanding Astartes finally realized what was happening. "Cut those chains," he snarled. "Bring the forward batteries to bear. Signal the armada. We are under attack. Identify the aggressors. I want to know which fools are dying today." His orders fanned out through the ship. Gun crews scrambled. Tech adepts howled Binharic curses at the harpoons embedded in their hull. Some tried to vent plasma through the breaches, hoping to melt the hooks from within. Others began spooling distress signals, Vox beams shrieking out toward the distant core of the Black Legion fleet. They got only part of the work done. The Carcharodons were not content with just one bite. From the prows of the grey ships, racks of assault torpedoes spat out. They were long, brutal cylinders, their noses capped with melter charges and breaching cutters. Their engines ignited, and they streaked across the gap, their courses converging on the now helpless cruiser. Defensive turrets tracked them belatedly, spitting flak and las pulses, but the angle was bad, and the enemy was close. A few torpedoes bloomed into brief, failed stars. Most drove home. The cruiser's hull blossomed with impacts. Melter warheads burned through armor, steel and ceramic screaming as they were reduced to bubbling slag. The torpedo casings hammered inward, then split. From each ruptured cylinder poured armored forms. The Red Brethren came in silence. They hit the corridors behind the breach points like incoming meteorites, their mass and their terminator plate turning their landing into an event. Deck plates buckled under their boots. The air shook, shreds of superheated metal and boiled atmosphere swirling around them. Their armor was a darker gray than the Line Brethren, edged in black, heavy and layered like relic stone. Shark jaw stripes ran across their helms. The eye lenses of their visors glowed a dead, pale light. Chains hung from their waist rings, weighted with teeth taken from beasts, men, and worse things. Hunger and slake came with them. Tyberos was at the point of one of the boarding wedges, his bulk outstripping even that of the other Terminators. When he stepped through the breach, he had to shoulder aside twisted girders and sagging metal that would have stopped a smaller warrior. Steam curled off his armor, where the heat of the melter charges met the cold of the void. On the other side of the ruptured hull, a knot of black legionnaires had been waiting. They had arrayed themselves in a corridor choked with bodies, using their serfs and fallen thralls as a makeshift barrier. Bolters swung up, chainswords revved. The first shots cracked against the rushing forms of the Red Brethren, detonations chewing at ceramite and throwing sparks. Tyberos barely slowed. Rounds hammered into his breastplate and pauldrons, flensing paint, scoring ceramite. One clipped his helm, turning his vision into a momentary smear. He pushed through it, the motion of his stride as relentless as an incoming tide. Hunger and slake rose. He hit the Black Legion gun line like a falling bulkhead. The right-hand claw came down in a hooked swipe, talons biting through bolter, arm, chestplate and spine in one arcing motion. The Chaos Marine on the receiving end came apart, upper body spinning away in a spray of blood and cracked bone, lower half slumping forward as knees finally realized they had nothing to hold up. The left-hand claw reached for another, plunging through his midsection, tearing his belt line apart. Intestines, armor fragments and cabling spilled around Tyberos's forearm before a twist. Flung them aside. The corridor became a machine for turning living things into ruin. Red Brethren advanced on his flanks, storm bolters barking short, efficient bursts that blew skulls open and shredded limbs. Power fists hammered into chests, crumpling ceramite and ribs. One Terminator caught a lunging traitor on his shoulder spike and crushed him against the bulkhead until armor split. Mutated serfs came from side passages in a shrieking tide, spines protruding through their skin, extra mouths gnashing along their arms. Storm bolter fire cut them down in great, lurching masses. Those who got close enough to claw at Carcharodon armor broke their fingers on plating forged for void war. They died screaming, crushed under boots or torn apart as obstacles. One of the Black Legionnaires at the rear of the collapsing defense line threw his weapon aside and raised his hands. "Yield!" he shouted, his voice ragged through his helm vox. "By the old codes, by the oaths we once shared, yield is given. I lay down arms. I submit. You will treat me as prisoner, as is my right, as is—" A Red Brethren Terminator shot him through the helm with a single contemptuous burst. The bolt round punched through his visor, detonated inside his skull, and took the top half of his head off in a fountain of meat. The body dropped like a puppet, with its strings cut. Tyberos did not even turn his helm. "Do not let them speak," he said. "Dead mouths bite less." They fought without taking a single surrender. Mortals and Astartes alike fell before them. Some tried to crawl away, some begged, some cursed the Emperor, or praised their gods, or shrieked nonsense. It made no difference. The Red Brethren moved through the decks of the cruiser like a slow storm, clearing compartment after compartment, leaving only corpses and the smoking husks of machines. In one of the cogitation chambers, tech adepts chained to their consoles turned at the last moment, cables ripping, free from their spines as they tried to flee. A single sweep of slake turned them into a red haze that spattered their own databanks. Carcharodon tech sergeants stepped in behind that wash of violence, gauntlets already reaching for the still warm cogitator cores. They worked with brutal efficiency, ripping out memory spools and skull-mounted augury nodes, seizing vox logs and astropathic relay traces. All of it was fed into portable shrines, their housings inscribed with the sigils of the Void Father, the Emperor as the Sharks knew him. Astartes in grey armor murmured Binharic half-prayers, half-curses, coaxing the truths from the dying machines. Back on the Nikor, those stolen truths unfolded. The hololithic display bloomed with new detail. The core flagship of the Black Legion glared like a black sun in the center of the enemy formation, surrounded by its favored escorts. Closer examination revealed the strange, unclean warp echoes of truly monstrous demon engines clustered near it, things whose hulls had never known a human fabricator's touch. Further out lay forge hulks, mobile factories churning out ammunition and armor for mortals and Astartes alike. Fuel depots spun slowly in cold space, their tanks heavy with promethium and warp fuel to keep the crusade burning. Slave barges crawled between worlds and ships, holds packed with bodies destined for sacrifice or conscription. Tyberos watched as his serfs and techs added layer after layer of data to the map. He feeds his gods with numbers, a shoalmaster observed. He thinks himself a hunter, but he is a herdsman. Those slaves are his flock, those fuel ships his fodder, those forge hulks his barns. Cut the herds, Tyberos said. Burn the barns. Orders spread. Carcharodon warships broke off in packs, their courses bending toward vulnerable convoys. They struck without warning, slipping from the dark with guns already hot. Fuel tankers died first. Macro shells tore into their hulls, igniting reservoirs in brilliant, blooming flowers of fire. The blasts rolled across escort picket lines, burning them away like chaff. Slave ships were next, their thin hulls unable to stand under ramming prows and concentrated torpedo salvos. Some simply ruptured, venting their screaming cargo into the void, the soundless storm of bodies boiling outward in a grotesque parody of life. Boarding actions followed, where it was useful. On one forge hulk, Carcharodon assault squads carved a path through sweating, soot-stained mortal workers and twisted demon engines, reaching the plasma core and overloading it with deliberate intent. The resulting detonation turned the entire structure into a brief, savage star, its destruction visible even from the core of the system. On a slave barge, Tyberos himself walked through holds packed with chained men. They had once been soldiers, workers, administrators. Now they were nothing but numbers to the Despoiler. Some lifted their heads as the grey giants passed between the rows of shackles, eyes brightening with a last, desperate flare of hope. It lasted only until they saw how expressionless the sharks' helms were, until they saw the talons of hunger and slake. "Mercy," one man croaked, his voice cracked. "You are loyal. You must be. Please, take us. Free us. We can serve. We can—" Tyberos cut his chains with a flick of his wrist. The man took one stumbling step forward, then froze as the Red Wake's shadow fell over him. For a moment, they were face to face, remade warrior and dying mortal. "Service is given," Tyberos said. Then his claw punched through the man's chest, emerging from his back in a spray of blood. The body twitched once, then went still. Tyberos withdrew his hand and let him fall among the others. The Carcharodons did not take slaves from that vessel. They walked its holds and killed, until no voices remained. When they were done, They opened the outer hatches, and spaced the corpses, letting the void take them. Void Father receives, a chaplain intoned over the vox, his voice a low thunder. Blood tithe paid in silence, no cries reach him, only the truth of our work. In the aftermath of each kill, in the shadow of each cooling wreck, the chaplains of the chapter gathered those who had fought and led them in predation liturgies. They were armored in black-edged grey, their helms fashioned with totemic shark jaws, their crozius mauls shaped like hooked teeth. They did not preach of a merciful God. They spoke of Rangu, the emperor as they understood him, a distant, silent presence in the dark, more like the sea than any father of tales. He did not answer prayers. He did not send visions. He watched. He judged. He had cast them into the void and told them to hunt. Their worth was measured only in what they killed and what they took. Worlds burn beneath the Despoiler's hand, one chaplain said, standing on the observation deck of a captured Black Legion escort as it broke apart, its innards spilling fire. That is his offering. That is his faith. Our faith is this. He gestured with his crozius toward the drifting wreckage of a fuel convoy, its shattered tanks bleeding frozen crystals into space. We starve him, he said. We take his storehouses. We empty his corrals. We cull his flocks. In the end, the gods will look upon his works and see famine where he promised feast. In the end, the void will have taken more than they. The listening Astartes bowed their helms. Their armor was spattered in the blood and oil of their enemies. Their weapons were still warm. Void Father sees, they answered. Out in the greater system, the Black Legion began to notice that something was wrong. On the edges of the Despoiler's command net, there were gaps where ships should have been. Patrol routes that had once reported in on the chime now fell silent. Munitions convoys that had been scheduled to arrive on precise timetables simply did not appear. Slave barges that had been en route with fresh bodies for the pits at Golgotha never checked in. At first, it was dismissed as interference. The warp storm bled static across Vox channels. Auspec's ghosts were common. Delay was inevitable in a theatre this chaotic. Then the losses mounted. In Abaddon's strategium, a junior fleet officer in black and brass stepped forward, with a slate clutched in his gauntleted hands. His voice wavered only slightly as he addressed the throne. "War Master," he said, "outer picket units Omega through Delta no longer answer hails. Fuel convoys Alpha and Gamma are overdue by many hours and have not been sighted on any approach vectors. Slave transports destined for the 4th and 5th sacrifice strata of Golgotha Primus are missing. Last transmissions from some of these vessels end in abrupt static or in screams. Long-range Auspex indicates multiple wrecks at the system's perimeter. Idents are uncertain, the hulls are too broken, but the mass readings and energy signatures suggest our own." Abaddon sat very still. "And the enemy?" he asked. The officer swallowed. "We have no confirmed visual on any opposing fleet elements in the outer system," he said. "No loyalist transponder codes, no recognized attack patterns. Only absence, Lord. Ships that were there are no longer there. They die at the edges, and we do not see what kills them." The War Master's helm turned slightly, as if he were listening to something only he could hear. In the dark beyond his sight, where the echoes of his dying ships faded into silence, the sharks circled closer. The harbinger of ruin swam in the blood of a murdered hive. From her viewing decks, the crew could see the world turning below, the scars still bright upon its skin. The hive spires were broken teeth jutting from seas of molten slag. Smoke columns rose in slow spirals, black smears on the poisoned air. Where once billions had moved in cramped corridors and manufactoria, there was only fire. On the bridge, the scent of that slaughter lingered. The decking was slick where it had not yet dried. Trenches between control pits were clogged with congealing blood. The sluggish tide stirred now and then by the boots of passing serfs. Skulls had been nailed over lumen strips, so that their empty sockets glowed in the dim light, each one still streaked with hair and tatters of skin. The mortal officers laughed as they worked, gloating in half-whispered voices. They wore uniforms that had once been Imperial Navy issue, now overpainted with symbols of the 8-pointed star. Some still bore the ghosts of old medals, their shapes outlined where the metal had been ripped away and melted down for charms. "Did you see it when the spire came down?" one said to another, leaning over a console sticky with dried gore. "The whole thing, all those levels, all those people, it went like a candle in a furnace. I could hear them over the vox, screaming as they burned." His fellow grinned, teeth stained red. "I heard the same. It pleased the gods. The sorcerers were almost singing. A good day." Behind them, the Black Legionnaires watched. They stood on the raised tiers, encased in black ceramite and brass, helms impassive. Their armor was still spattered with the blood of the assault. Some had not even bothered to scrape off the worst of it, letting the stains dry in streaks over their chest plates and greaves. Chains clinked softly as they shifted, charms clicking together, tokens of previous slaughters whispering against one another. At the rear of the bridge stood the ship's lord, a veteran of countless boarding actions, his pauldron marked with the personal sigil of the Despoiler. He listened with half an ear to the mortal chatter, more interested in the muttered praise hymns coming from the vox pits. Cult adepts there chanted in low, fervent voices, reciting casualty tallies and sacrifices rendered in a litany that elevated simple numbers into offerings. Population of the primary hive estimated at 9 billions prior to bombardment, one intoned, each word edged with fanatical zeal. Estimated survivors negligible. Confirmed kills beyond count. The gods are fed. The Despoiler will be pleased. The gods are never satisfied, the ship's lord said. The Despoiler less so. He turned his helm toward the great picked window at the fore. Below, the ruined hive glowed like fresh meat in a butcher's yard. Still, he added, it is a start. Deep within the Harbinger's spine, below the bridge and away from the clear view of the stars, the true heart of the vessel beat. The main apse chapel occupied a volume that could have housed a manufactorum. It had once been a more conventional shrine, its architect lost to the darkness of forgotten registers, its purpose to honor the imperial creed and the emperor, enthroned. That purpose had been rewritten by steel and blood. Columns fashioned from fused bodies rose to support a ceiling lost in shadows. Ribbed arches were made from welded femurs. The walls were paneled in armor plates taken from conquered foes, each piece bearing the mark of whatever chapter or regiment had once worn it. Here and there, original frescoes could still be seen, saints and angels half visible beneath layers of blasphemy, their painted eyes scratched out and replaced with the eye of Horus. The altar at the center was a slab of black stone, worn smooth by the weight of countless corpses. Channels had been carved into its surface, leading to drains that ran down into the depths of the ship, feeding reservoirs and sigil basins. It stank of iron and old offal, even beneath the thick incense smoke that coiled through the air. Cult priests moved around it in circling patterns, their shaven heads tattooed with runes, their robes stiff with dried blood. They chanted as they walked, hands raised, knives flashing in the light of guttering candles made from rendered fat. On the altar lay the latest offerings, a line of captive officers from the Hive's defense command, their throats already opened, their blood still dripping into the channels. The sum of a Hive's life had passed through this chamber in the last few hours. Hundreds of thousands upon hundreds of thousands led to their deaths in orderly screaming chains. Each had been laid upon the stone, each throat cut, each soul flung into the gaping jaws of the warp. The priest leading the rite raised his arms now, his voice taking on a new intensity. "Witness," he cried, his words echoing through the vaulted chamber. "Witness, O lords of the dark, the gift given. An entire hive, its people broken upon your altars, its walls sundered in your names. Witness the blood that flows, witness the despair, witness the ruin, and know that we are yours." A roar of affirmation answered him, the voices of thousands of gathered cultists shaking the foul air. They were packed into the chapel's lower reaches, filling the aisles and galleries, their faces turned upward, their eyes wide with religious ecstasy. Many had smeared themselves with blood, tracing sigils onto their own flesh, licking it from their fingers. The priest drew a new knife, its blade certain to be dull and jagged. He turned to the next victim, a senior officer whose composure had long since broken. The man slobbered prayers to the emperor in a cracked whisper, though his eyes were already empty. The priest smiled, a slow, cruel baring of teeth. He never brought the blade down. Reality buckled. For the barest instant, the air above the altar went hard, a point around which the universe seemed to rethink itself. Light bent, shadows twisted. The chanting faltered as voices stumbled over suddenly thickened syllables. Then the world tore. Silver-blue lightning erupted from the point of distortion, stabbing. Outward in jagged lines, the smell of ozone and scorched air flooded the chapel. Shapes appeared in the glare, massive, looming, the thunder of their arrival louder than the priest's entire congregation. Terminators of the Carcharodons stood where the air had been empty heartbeats before. They were statues at first. Their armor drank the light, storm grey rendered almost black in the flicker. Pale helm lenses regarded the scene with the cold interest of a predator seeing something it had already decided was prey. Tyberos stood at their head. The red wake was larger than the men around him, his cataphractii plate making him a walking fortress. The shark jaw crest above his helm seemed to grin wider in the lightning's afterglow. Hunger and Slake slept on his gauntlets, their talons retracted, their power fields a low, eager murmur. The priest had just enough time to widen his eyes. Then the claws woke. Tyberos moved. He did not roar or curse. He did not bellow any battle cry. He simply stepped forward, closing the distance between himself and the altar in 3 strides that shook the stone. Hunger came up and across, an overhand swipe that began at waist height and ended above the priest's head. The talons carved through the man's arms as he tried to raise them, taking them off at the elbows in a spray of blood. Momentum carried the blow on, cleaving through shoulders and chest, unzipping ribcage and spine. The priest's torso separated, the top half flipping backward, trailing viscera, to slam into the wall behind the altar. His legs stayed where they were for a stunned heartbeat, then folded. Slake drove straight down into the next cultist in line, punching through back and chest and into the stone beneath, pinning him like an insect to a board. Tyberos wrenched the claw sideways as he withdrew it, turning the man's upper body into a wet cluster of rags. Around him, the Red Brethren surged out from the teleport flare. Storm bolters barked, the heavy weapons thudding in a steady, brutal rhythm. Each burst tore men apart, chains of explosive rounds sowing meat through the air. Cultists died where they stood, bodies bursting under the sudden impact. Those hit in the limbs spun, flinging arcs of blood across their neighbors. Some tried to run, pushing and trampling one another in their haste. They packed themselves tighter, becoming a better target. Bolter fire scythed through their ranks. Those in the back had time to realize they were trapped, pressed against the chapel's walls by the panicked mass of their fellows, seconds before the bullets found them anyway. Those nearest the altar had nowhere to go. Tyberos walked off the stone slab, leaving footprints in blood. A robed acolyte threw himself down before him, knife clattering away as he spread his hands wide. "Mercy," the man babbled. We yield by the old laws, by the ancient oaths. I am a serf, I am nothing. I only obeyed, Hunger punched through his mouth and out the back of his head, cutting off the words. Tyberos lifted him for a moment, letting the body twitch, then flicked it aside. It landed in the altar's channels and slid down toward the drains. Another cultist, his hands shaking so badly that he could not seem to unclasp them from his prayer chain, fell to his knees. "Spare us," he whispered. "We can serve. We can tell you where the holy things are. We can show you their stores. We can betray them for you. Just do not—" Slake swept left, waist high, cutting him in half. Tyberos did not look at their faces. He saw only forms, targets, stains on the deck that needed to be removed. The distinction between priest and serf, zealot and press-ganged labor, meant nothing to him here. This was not a war of laws or clauses. It was a kill. Every man in this chamber had helped turn the blood of billions into a hymn for the gods. Every throat had shouted praise while hives burned. There was no measure by which any of them could be spared. Red brethren brought down their booted heels on crawling shapes, vertebrae cracking under the weight. Chain fists tore through altars and shrines, smashing idols to crushed scrap. The teleport flare had placed them in the heart of the ship's venom. They were here to cut it out. A baying roar cut through the gunfire. It was feral, too loud to belong to any human voice, echoing back and forth in the chapel until it became a thing of its own. From a side arch, a figure stamped forward, half pushing, half trampling cultists out of his path. The Chaos Champion of Khorne was taller even than his brothers, his plate a riot of brass studs and serrated edges. The 8-pointed star was carved deep into his breastplate, overlaid with the rune of the blood god. Chains hung from his belt, each one ending in a skull, some human, some clearly not. His horns curled from his helm like those of a bull. In his hands he carried a chain axe that seemed more teeth than blade, its motor screaming as he gunned it. He saw Tyberos and laughed, a booming, savage sound. "At last!" he shouted. "Not more cattle, a warrior. Come, shark. Come and see how a true hunter feeds." He broke into a charge. Tyberos met him halfway. The champion swung the axe in a great descending arc, putting his whole armored mass behind it. If it hit, it would have sliced through most suits of Astartes plate, biting into the meat beneath, chewing all the way down to bone. Tyberos stepped in, not back. He shifted his weight just enough that the axe's teeth screamed past his shoulder, carving a furrow in his pauldron instead of his neck. Sparks flew. The smell of scorched ceramite filled the air. He had already brought hunger up inside the champion's reach. The right claw punched into the warrior's hip joint, talons spearing through plate and ceiling, and the meat beneath. With a twist and a pull, Tyberos ripped the leg off at the joint. Armor and bone parted with an ugly, wet crunch. The champion roared, stumbling, nearly falling. Tyberos let the severed limb drop. The chain axe came around again in reflex, a wild lower sweep that should have taken the red wake off at the knees. Slake caught it, the left-hand claws closing around the haft, teeth grinding into the weapon's casing. The motor shrieked as the power field of the claw ate it. Tyberos wrenched, twisting the axe out of the champion's grip, then flung it aside. The warrior dropped to one knee. He should have been already dead. Any normal man would have been. As it was, the sheer volume of rage and warp-stained vitality inside him kept him upright, his breath coming in ragged bursts through his vox grill. Tyberos reached down with hunger and took his other leg. He did it slowly, ignoring the awkward punches the champion tried to throw with his gauntlets. The claw sliced through the armor, through the connecting tendons, through bone. The limb came away. The champion toppled onto his back, bleeding from two fountains, bright arterial spray pattering against the sullied stone. His arms flailed. He tried to drag himself forward, leaving red-smeared handprints. His helm turned, the blood-streaked lenses fixing on Tyberos. "Kill me," he gasped. "Do it. Do it in Khorne's sight. Let him see. Let him know. Give me a warrior's death." Tyberos regarded him for a heartbeat. Then he knelt. Hunger pinned one of the champion's wrists to the floor. Slake pinned the other. The talons dug deep into stone, trapping the arms spread wide. The champion struggled, armor clanking, but he could not break free. Tyberos leaned close enough that his helm was almost touching the others. "You do not dictate how you die," he said softly. "You did not ask the hive beneath you if they wished to burn. You did not ask the men on the walls if they wished to feed your blood god. You chose for them." The claws sank into the warrior's chest, not in a single killing thrust, but in deliberate, measured gouges. Tyberos tore the plate away in strips, exposing the ravaged flesh below. Under it, redundant hearts beat, twin engines hammering in the ribcage, thick with warp blessings. "You chose excess," Tyberos said. "You chose hunger without purpose, except the pleasing of beasts. The void Father sees." Hunger and Slake plunged in together. They cut through ribs, snapping them like dry twigs, their talons curling around the pulsing twin hearts. For a moment, Tyberos held them there, feeling the frantic beating against his gauntlets. Then he clenched his fists. The hearts burst. The champion's roar turned into a choking, bubbling gurgle. His body arched, then sagged. Blood flooded his opened chest cavity and ran down the claws in sheets. Tyberos stood. "Let your god feast on that," he said. The panic that had begun as a ripple when the teleport flare tore open now spread through the entire Harbinger. Word ran ahead of the kill teams, carried by fleeing serfs and shattered vox bursts, grey giants with shark jaws on their helms, terminators cutting through bulkheads as if they were nothing, mercy given to none. The tales grew with each retelling, but the core was true. Black legionnaires fought back where they could, forming barricades in corridors, rigging blast doors, trying to use the ship's own labyrinthine layout against the attackers. It did them little good. The Carcharodons had studied captured deck plans and cogitator maps before they ever stepped aboard. They knew the arterial routes, the main transit spines, the vital junctions. They were already at the choke points when the defenders tried to fall back to them. In one spinal corridor, a squad of traitor Astartes pounded toward a supposed safe rally point, bolters clenched, armor already dented from prior engagements. They burst through a hatch and found themselves staring into a wall of grey ceramite. Carcharodon. Assault brethren waited there, chain blades already revving. The ensuing meeting was not a battle so much as a collision. When it was done, the corridor was a morass of torn limbs and smashed plate, the loyal shark still standing amid the ruin. In a secondary hangar, mortal crew tried to launch evacuation craft. They had heard the word sharks, and their resolve had cracked. They would flee, they told themselves, find some other warband to serve, some other ship, where the harvest was not turning inward. They jammed into the bays, shoving one another, trampling the fallen. They did not even hear the boarding clamps attached to the outer hull. The hangar's outer doors imploded inward under the force of breaching charges. Air screamed out. The pressure drop ripped men from their feet and flung them toward the widening gap. As they fell, they saw grey armor and pale eyes in the smoke, weapons spitting fire. For a few heartbeats, thousands of bodies tumbled into the void, flailing, freezing, their last gasps ripped from them. Then they were gone, just more debris in the Harbinger's wake. Tyberos moved from shrine to shrine, from control nexus to reactor conduit, his presence a calm center in the storm. Once he was certain the ship was mortally wounded, he opened a Vox channel to his tech adepts. "Charges," he said. "Spine, magazine, engine room. Seed her like a carrion bomb. I want her core to go first, then the munitions. Time it so that when she dies, she spits her bones into the others." They acknowledged in Kurt Binharik and set about their work. Bundles of melter charges were placed along structural ribs, at junctions where power conduits met and branched. Demolition teams moved with the same methodical pace they used for everything, planting their devices with the care of gardeners seeding a field. At the reactor, they did more. The Harbinger's plasma heart loomed before them, a caged sun, its energies already unstable thanks to the abuse it had taken during the bombardment of the hive. Tech adepts chanted as they worked, overriding safeties, forcing regulators into failure, opening pathways designed never to be opened. Warning runes flashed crimson, alarms warbled. Tyberos watched the readouts spike. "Enough," he said, "back to the Nikor." The Red Brethren gathered around him, their armor scorched and dripping. The teleport locator beacon burned in the chaplain's hand, an icon of the Void Father, fashioned from ancient metal, its surface engraved with wave lines. Blue-white lightning took them. Moments later, the Harbinger of Ruin drifted alone. From the perspective of the Black Legion vessels clustered closer to Golgotha, she appeared to stagger. Vox calls went out to her. No answer came. Her running lights flickered. Her engine burn faltered. She swung off her previous course in a slow, sick arc, drifting into a new position among the mid-fleet escorts. On her bridge, those officers who still lived clawed their way from under fallen beams and shattered consoles. The ship's lord dragged himself to one knee, helm askew, blood running from the seams in his plate. "Get us under control," he snarled. "Get us away from the core. Get—" The reactor went. It was not a simple overload. It was a deliberate, vicious unmaking. The plasma core tore itself apart, containment fields rupturing one after another in a chain of failure. Energy that had been meant to be guided along orderly channels exploded outward in wild, ravenous tongues. The Harbinger's midsection vanished in a globe of searing light. Her prow snapped away like a broken tooth, turning end over end as it tumbled through space, its guns still firing blind for a few insane moments. Her stern crumpled in on itself, armor plates folding like paper as internal pressure blew everything apart. The explosion rolled outward. Nearest escort vessels took the full force. Their void shields flared, tried to hold, then collapsed. Hulls bulged, cracked, vented. Some simply shattered, breaking into jagged pieces that spun away, bleeding atmosphere and bodies. Others stayed mostly intact long enough for secondary explosions to gut them from within as their own magazines and reactors went up. A demon engine drifting nearby took the blast on one leering flank. Warp-forged armor boiled, sloughing away in molten sheets. The thing howled, its voice a mix of metal tearing and beast shrieking as half its body was torn from the rest. Unmoored, it spun off into the void, trailing a ribbon of unreality. The shockwave rippled through the mid-fleet like the wake of some colossal, unseen leviathan. Ships far beyond the immediate blast still shuddered, their crews thrown from their feet, their systems rattled. Millions of mortal crew died in that single bloom of light. Some burned where they stood, incinerated at their posts. Others were flung into bulkheads, necks snapping. Some choked as their compartments vented, drawn out into the cold with their lungs full of fire. In the Voxnet, voices screamed, "Harbinger gone! I repeat, the Harbinger of Ruin is gone. Reactor breach, total loss, unknown cause. Multiple escorts crippled. Demon Engine Alpha Unit 1 is wounded. Casualty estimates, tens of millions, possibly more. We cannot get a stable tally. Everything is burning. Everything is screaming. I cannot hear. Contact. Hostile contact. I swear by the eye I saw them. Grey armor, shark jaws on their helms. They boarded her. They were inside her when she—" "Shut that line down. No panic. Maintain formation. The War Master will not tolerate—" Static. Somewhere in the heart of the Black Legion command net, an officer with more pride than sense tried to bring order back, with shouted commands and threats. His words were lost under the rising babble of contradictory reports, the crackle of overloaded channels, the underlying susurrus of fear. The shark host had a name now. Grey-clad killers, they called them. Ghosts from the dark above the stars. Space sharks. On the Nikor, listening to the intercepted traffic, Tyberos said nothing. He watched the flare of the Harbinger's death on the hololithic display, a brief, savage burst among the icons of the enemy fleet. Lines updated around it, vector traces jittering as surrounding ships adjusted to the sudden loss. Now, a shoalmaster murmured. They know they are being hunted. Pale helm lenses turned toward the central knot of the Despoiler's armada, still bloated with strength, still certain it could not truly be harmed. In the end, Tyberos said, even predators learn fear. The Despoiler's strategium was a cathedral of war. It lay at the heart of his flagship, protected by decks of armor and throngs of killers. The chamber's vaulted ceiling vanished into darkness, stitched with the red gleam of warning runes. The floor was a mosaic of shattered aquillas, their wings broken, their heads ground down and replaced by an ever-watching eye. Every step on that floor was a desecration. Hololithic projections hung in the air, ghost light forming maps and battle records. The Golgotha cluster burned at the center of it all, a knot of stars encircled by glowing lines of fleet dispositions and supply routes. Icons blinked, shifted, multiplied. Some of them died, winking out like snuffed candles. Abaddon sat his throne and watched. The throne was a mass of iron and bone, its structure built from the fused remains of loyalist champions slain across 10,000 years. Skulls jutted from its arms and back, some still bearing scraps of scalp and hair preserved by unclean arts. Chains ran from the throne's base into the deck itself, connecting him to the ship's systems, as if the flagship were merely an extension of his armored body. He looked like a living fortress. His Terminator plate was a relic of the age when his father had been War Master, when the galaxy had first known what it meant to tremble. That armor had been reforged and swollen by millennia of war and warp craft. Horns curled from his pauldrons. His gorget was a collar of fanged skulls, each one once the head of a fallen foe. On his left arm, the talon of Horus rested, its claws flexing slow and idle, faint coils of warp fire playing around them. His helm was closed, hiding his scarred face, turning him into a black, faceless idol whose eyes burned a poisonous gold. Below him, the noise was constant. Fleet officers in corrupted naval uniforms murmured casualty reports in low voices. Traitor Astartes relayed frontline conditions in flat, dead tones. Vox adepts hunched at their stations, their mouths sewn shut, their words transmitted instead as coded bursts through their cogitator implants. A choir of bound demons whispered in the engine walls, their sibilant tones building into a background hiss like distant surf. At the center of the room, a hollow globe flickered and resolved into the image of a void battle on the outskirts of the system. Green and red icons converged. One of the red symbols, marked with the sigil of the Harbinger of Ruin, flared, then vanished. Around it, lesser red marks winked out in rapid succession, consumed in the bloom of the blast. A murmur ran through the strategium. "Strike cruiser Harbinger lost with all hands, War Master," an officer said, his voice carefully steady. "Escorts Theta and Omicron likewise destroyed. Demon Engine Alpha 1 incapacitated. Estimated mortal crew casualties across those elements. Many hundreds of millions." He spoke the numbers, but they were meaningless as anything but weight on scales. In this war, in this fleet, lives were tallied like bolts, like shells, like the teeth of chain blades. They were expended, they were counted, they were not grieved. Another hollow image pulsed into existence, this one a still-picked capture. It was blurred, distorted by environmental interference and the failing optics of a dying ship's internal picked eyes. But certain details were clear. Grey armor, storm-dark and scarred, helmets crowned with crude, brutal shark jaws, teeth picked out in white, eye lenses like black pits, rimmed in pallid light. "Multiple picked captures from different boards corroborate, War Master," an officer said, gesturing with a shaking hand. "The same host on several vessels, boarding actions, close kills, no quarter. They appear from sudden translation or teleport flare, then vanish as the ships die." Another picked slid into view. this one from a slave barge's security feed. It showed a line of chained men kneeling, their heads turned toward the figure moving through their ranks. The figure's proportions were wrong, even for an Astartes, armor layered and hulking. His gauntlets ended in arrays of serrated claws. There was no triumphant posture, no raised weapon for the sake of spectacle. He simply killed as he walked, prisoners collapsing around him like wheat before a scythe. On his helm crest, the painted maw of a shark gaped. Ident Mark's cross referenced against ancient imperial records, a tech adept rasped, mechadendrites twitching as it forwarded data. Chapter iconography associated with the Carcharodon's Astra, designations in certain sources, space sharks. The mutter in the chamber changed timbre. A few of the older traitors made low sounds that might have been recognition or distaste. Abaddon said nothing. He watched as more reports stacked up before him, each one a weight on an invisible scale. Outer picket squadrons gone, ships and crew alike. Fuel convoys ambushed and burned. Forge hulks cracked and gutted. Slave barges destroyed or found adrift, holds full of corpses, chains still in place. Vox relays silenced so completely that entire regions of the system might as well not exist. Tens of millions here, many tens of millions there, a whole harvest season's worth of flesh and fear stolen from under his hand. He did not roar. He did not hurl his throne aside. His fury did not need noise. "Bring him," he said. The word went out into the bowels of the flagship. The captain of an outer patrol squadron had already been brought to the Strategium's antechamber in chains. He was a giant even by the standards of his breed, his armor scorched and buckled, one pauldron a crude replacement, grafted on in haste. His helm had been removed. Scars cross-hatched his face, one eye clouded by an old wound. He knelt now on the mosaic of shattered Aquilas, his head bowed, his hands bound behind his back. He had lost a squadron of escorts and a fuel tender under his command. He had failed to anticipate the boarding assaults that had followed. He had not been fast enough. He had not been ruthless enough. In another war, under another commander, his experience and survival might have excused the failure. Not here. Demonic servitors dragged him into the Strategium, chains clanking. They forced him to his knees at the base of the throne. Blood from earlier executions still glistened in the cracks between the mosaic stones. His breath steamed in the cold air. "Lord," he said, his voice steady despite the tremor in his muscles. "I offer no excuses. The enemy—" Abaddon descended the throne steps, each tread heavy, measured. The talon flexed, claws opening and closing like a restless animal. "You failed," the War Master said. "Yes," the captain answered. "The enemy tactics were unfamiliar. Their lack of Vox signature, their refusal to pursue obvious objectives, their focus on—" "You failed," Abaddon repeated, cutting across him with a tone that brooked no argument. "They are nothing. Ghosts, relics, a half-remembered chapter from the distant dark. And yet you allowed them to tear at my war, like carrion birds at a still-living beast." He stopped at arm's length. "Do you know why you irritate?" "Me, Captain?" he asked. The traitor looked up, fury warring with something like shame in his eyes. "Because I cost you time, War Master," he said. "Because my squadron has to be replaced, my losses made good." Abaddon tilted his helm, considering. "No," he said. "You irritate me because you show my enemies something they should never see." His free hand waved, indicating the hololithic wreckage of the outer system. Lost ships, broken convoys, dead men. "You show them that I can bleed," he said softly. The talon moved. It did not strike like a simple blade. It unfolded as it went, claws splitting and splitting again, each tip a hungry, warp-licked point. It punched through the captain's chest, armor and ribs and organs offering less resistance than wet parchment. The sound was obscene, a mixture of crack and squelch and tearing. The captain grunted, more surprise than pain. His one good eye bulged. His boots scrabbled against the mosaic as his body tried to rise and failed, impaled upon the ancient gauntlet. Abaddon held him there. He did not rip him apart, not yet. The talon's claws twitched, moving inside the man, stirring organs, slicing along nerves. The captain's voice broke, turning into a wet gurgle. Blood bubbled from his mouth and nose. "You will have the time you cost me," Abaddon said. "You will feel every heartbeat I wasted on your failure." He turned, holding the impaled traitor out over a recessed pit in the floor. The iron petals there folded back, revealing a mass of machinery and meat below, living chains and bladed arms reaching up like the limbs of some metal carnivore. The talon opened. The captain fell, his body already half unmade. The machine caught him, wrapping him in steel and hooks. It flayed his armor off in long, curling strips. It peeled skin from muscle. It opened him piece by piece, keeping him alive as long as any art could. His screams rose, distorted and amplified, rolled through the strategium like a twisted hymn. Abaddon watched for a moment, ensuring the lesson took hold in every watching mind. Then he turned away. "Continue," he said. The sorcerers stepped forward. They were tall even for their kind, their armor more baroque than the line veterans, covered in glyphs that writhed as if alive. Their helms were crowned with horns, antlers, or stranger protrusions. Staffs topped with bound skulls or demonic icons rested in their gauntlets. One of them moved to stand in the center of the hollow projection of the system. He raised his staff. The air around him flexed. "We have sought them in the warp's reflection," he said, his voice a sibilant coil. "These sharks that circle your harvest, War Master, they leave a taste behind them, not the screaming hunger of the gods, not the dull prayer of the corpse worshippers, something colder." He drew a circle in the air with the staff's tip. Threads of light followed, hanging in place. "See," he murmured. The strategium dimmed. For a moment, it seemed as if the chamber itself had become the inside of an eye, the walls lined with layers of flesh, the ceiling a vast, unseen lid. Then that impression faded, giving way to images. Not clear, not ordered, visions. Grey shapes moving through corridors, the air around them full of drifting motes that might have been frozen blood. Men dying without understanding why their killers were so quiet. No shouted litanies to dark powers. No triumphant roars as trophies were taken. Only the mechanical, relentless sound of weapons doing their work. The sorcerer's perspective shifted, sliding along lines of blood in the warp, following the wake of killing fields. It found the Carcharodons in their moments between strikes. They stood in the shadows of their own ship's companionways, helms bowed, weapons at their sides. Their chaplains walked among them, speaking words that did not carry the hot, feverish cadence of chaos, promises. They spoke of duty, of exile, of a father in the void who watched but did not answer. "There is no exaltation," the sorcerer whispered, "no joy, no ranting. They kill and move on. They take no slaves, save those they deem worthy of their own cruel creed. They strip some worlds. They ignore others. They are neither the tame lapdogs of terror, nor our own mad priesthoods." The vision twisted again. For a heartbeat, another image broke through. An older battlefield, distant in memory. Space Marines in storm-grey armor fighting beneath a sky split by lightning, their chapter badges not quite the same as the ones now seen, their heraldry rougher, their numbers greater. They clashed not with Xenos or traitors, but with other Astartes whose armor bore the colors of loyalist legions. Then that glimpse was gone, snatched away by whatever cautious thing lived in the shark's collective subconscious. The sorcerer's hands shook. "Old," he said. "They are old. Their roots reach back to the age when we turned on the throne. They were demons to your enemies even then. Their gene song is wrong. There is a flaw in them that the corpse never had the courage to cut out. So he threw them away, as he throws away all things he fears. Abaddon's helm dipped a fraction. Old records stirred in his mind, pulled from centuries of conquest and the vaults of the sons of Horus. There had been tales long ago of grey ghosts in the void above the galactic plane, of a chapter that did not attend councils or crusades, of shark sigils found painted in blood on the hulls of raider fleets that had thought themselves safe in forgotten systems. The Emperor had many dogs. Some he chained at his side, some he had cast out to prowl on their own. The Carcharodons had been among the latter. Predators without a leash, given a vague direction and told to make war. They were not new crusaders bold with zeal. They were relics of an older mandate, still carrying out their tasks long after their master had turned to dust. Abaddon's lip curled inside his helm. "Barbaric reavers," he said aloud, so the chamber could hear. "Scavengers from the rim, gnawing on the edges of my work. Space sharks, that is all." He rose once more, turning his gaze over the gathered commanders. "They are not the first to snap at my flanks," he went on. "They will not be the last. These grey curs have lingered too long in the dark. They forget their place. I will show them. I will crush them here, in front of my horde and the eyes of the gods, and leave their hulls as reefs in this system's graveyard. Their name will be a footnote in my legend." Around him, traitor captains banged their fists against their breastplates in rough ascent. Demon engines howled in distant holds, picking up on the pulse of fury and turning it into a mechanical keen. Only those close enough to see the subtle shifts of his stance knew that he was not fooled by his own performance. "Recall Warband Kaldrath from the surface," he said, voice returning to more practical tones. "And the 8th Claw of the Branded. I want them in orbit, on standby. They will join my personal guard." That order rippled outward. On Golgotha's burning skin, elite warbands, who had been in the midst of their own pleasures, cursed as orders came down from the orbiting flagship. They pulled their chainswords from half-finished sacrifices, turned their backs on fleeing civilians, and boarded gunships under darkened skies. Their engines roared as they climbed, leaving the immediate slaughter to lesser hands. Abaddon adjusted formation markers with a gesture. Screens flickered as escort patterns reshaped themselves, thickening around his flagship. The outer reaches of the armada were weakened to bolster the center. The sharks had drawn blood. The Despoiler would not let them do so again so easily. Far from the noise and stench of the Black Legion's command deck, aboard the Nicor, another council was held. The strategium of the Carcharodon's flagship was less ornate, but no less freighted with significance. Where Abaddon's floor was a mosaic of broken aquilers, the Nicor's was scored with hunt signs, each arranged in overlapping waves, each one a record of a campaign etched by the warriors who had fought it. Tyberos stood in the hollow at the chamber's center, helm removed, his face lit by the pale glow of the hololith. His features were heavy, brutal, the skin tanned dark by exposure to harsher suns than most men would ever know. Old scars traced pale lines across his cheeks and jaw. His eyes were the grey of deep water, barely reflecting any light at all. Around him, Shoal Masters stood at attention. They took turns speaking, each one stepping forward, reciting kill tallies in hard, ritual cadences. "Harbinger of ruin," one intoned. "Strike cruiser, deemed veteran. Crew complement in the tens of thousands. Astartes, complement in the hundreds. Mortal serfs in the many thousands. Status, destroyed. All aboard fed to the void. Fuel convoys Alpha and Gamma," another followed. "Tanker capacity, many millions of liters of promethium and warp fuel. Escort crews, many thousands. Status, burned. Flames seen from the surface of outer system worlds. Ash to ash, fuel denied. Slave barges Delta cluster. Population, many millions of captives. Origin, multiple subsectors. Destination, sacrifice strata of Golgotha Primus. Status, boarded and cleansed or destroyed from range. Captives offered to the Void Father by spacing. Chains empty. Each tally was more than a number. It was a weight added to an invisible scale, an offering counted out before an unseen altar. The names of the ships and convoys were spoken once, then never again. They came to the enemy dead. Confirmed traitor Astartes kills stand in the thousands, one shoal master said. Color traces indicate majority are of the Black Legion, with smaller numbers from allied warbands, mortal auxiliaries, cultists, corrupted guard, renegade navy, in the many millions. Their bodies drift or burn. Their souls shriek in places beyond our sight. Tyberos listened. He did not feel triumph. He felt balance, shifting by fractions. Void Father sees, he said when they were done. Void Father sees, they echoed. At the chamber's edge, 2 Astartes dragged a captive forward. He was a Black Legionnaire, stripped of most of his plate, his armor cut away in great jagged sections to expose the meat beneath. Chains wrapped his limbs, the links driven through his biceps and thighs, not merely around them. His helm had been removed, revealing a face that might once have been handsome, now twisted by too much time in the warp's shadow. Black veins crawled under his skin like living things. He was not whole. Chunks of armor had been taken from his chest, along with the flesh and bone behind them, carefully carved away rather than simply blasted. The empty cavities were packed with coagulant gel to keep him from dying too soon. His breath rattled. Blood leaked from the corners of his mouth where teeth had been broken. They forced him to his knees before Tyberos. "Champion of the Black Legion," a shoalmaster said, "taken from a crippled escort when it was boarded. He has already given us some scraps, warband alignments, ritual schedules, harvest quotas, nothing that truly matters." The traitor spat thick, dark blood onto the deck. "I have given you lies," he croaked. "You drown in them and think yourselves clever. The Despoiler will boil the meat from your bones for daring to touch his fleet. You are nothing. Ghosts, mist. He will sweep his hand and you will be gone." Tyberos stepped closer. He moved with the slow, deliberate weight of a predator that had all the time it needed. His bare face did not change expression. Hunger and Slake were not active, their claws retracted, but their housings purred. "You have 2 hearts," Tyberos said, as if commenting on the weather. "One has already been removed." The traitor flinched at the truth of it. A wound on his left side yawned beneath the missing plates, organ and muscle long since torn away, the jagged edges seared to prevent immediate death. "Your progenoid glands," Tyberos went on, "have been taken as well. Corrupted seed, cut from you and cast out so that it cannot poison another. You will not father more of your kind. What you are will end in your own lungs." He reached out with one massive hand and seized the traitor's jaw. Fingers dug into flesh, forcing the mouth open. He studied the teeth, the tongue, the gums. "The warp clings to you," he murmured. "Your soul is already chewed. There is little of you left that is not some god's leavings." He released the jaw and stepped back. "You speak of your master's hand," he said. "I have seen that hand. I have seen it at Terra, at Cadia, at 100 other walls. It is strong. It is heavy. It crushes. It also gropes, pawing always at the same wounds, seeking always the same throne." He nodded once to the apothecaries waiting near the chamber's edge. They moved forward, their armor marked with the white and red of their office. Their tools were not the clean, precise instruments of noble chapters. Their devices were hooked, barbed, serrated, made to cut and tear in the rough confines of battlefield triage and corpse harvesting. One of them drew a blade that was closer to a butcher's knife than a scalpel. "We have taken much from you already," Tyberos said to the captive. "You have endured. That speaks to a certain strength. Now you will give us something worthy of that strength." He crouched so that his eyes were level with the traitor's. "The flagship," he said. "The Despoiler's current lair. Its position within the Armada. Its escort. Pattern. Its standard translation range from the Golgotha well. You will speak these things. You will speak them clearly. You will not lie." "Why would I tell you?" the Black Legionnaire rasped. "Why would I betray my War Master to a pack of exiled curs? You are forgotten. He is destiny. I will die before I—" Tyberos considered him for a heartbeat. "Die then," he said. "You will join the millions you helped harvest. The void does not care whose blood it drinks." He stood, turning as if to leave. The apothecary beside the captive set the edge of his blade to the man's exposed flank and began to cut, not in a clean, single line, in small, deliberate strips, peeling skin away from muscle, separating the layers while keeping nerves as intact as possible. The Black Legionnaire's voice left coherent speech. It became a raw, animal sound. He tried to thrash, to tear free, but the chains through his limbs held him. They worked without hurry. They removed patches of flesh and muscle, exposing ribs, then pried those apart with iron fingers to lay bare what lay beneath. They reached inside with tools that hooked and pinched, tugging at organs without yet destroying them. Blood ran freely, pooling beneath the captive's knees. Coagulants were applied only when it seemed he might slip into unconsciousness, dragging him back, forcing his body to cling to pain. Tyberos watched, his face as impassive as the steel walls. He did not revel in the suffering. He did not flinch from it. For him, this was no different than gutting a great beast to see where its bones lay and how its sinews joined. He was not seeking vengeance. He was retrieving information. When the traitor's screams broke into sobbing breaths, when his strength faltered and his body quivered on the edge of failing, Tyberos stepped close again. "Flagship," he said. The word cut through the haze of agony like a line of cold. "Central? Mass?" the Black Legionnaire gasped. "Always at the core, always where the storm is thickest. He hides in the eye. Escort formations layered, titans of the warp around him, forge hulks behind, fuel before, no approach, without bleeding for it." His eyes rolled, then focused. There was hatred there still. There was also something else, a flicker that might have been the first edge of doubt. "You cannot reach him," he said. "Even if you know where he is, he will break you. He will unmake you. Your name will be nothing, a smear on his boots. You are not his equal. You are—" Tyberos raised one hand. The apothecary took the cue and ended it. A punch dagger slid up under the captive's jaw and into his brain. The twitching stopped. The body sagged against its bonds. "Strip what is left of his gene flesh," Tyberos said. "Burn it. I will not have his corruption on this ship." They dragged the corpse away, blood streaks marking its passage. Tyberos turned back to the hololithic map. The Black Legion flagship glowered at the center of the enemy formation, its icon flickering as new data refined its precise position. He studied it in silence. He did not think of himself as the hero in this. He did not picture the faces of the men on Golgotha, the civilians dying in their billions. Those lives were a dust storm. They were a tide. No man could save them all. No man could truly even mourn them all. That way led to paralysis, to drowning under weight that could not be borne. He thought instead of balance. Chaos liked to feed until nothing was left. It liked to gorge itself on worlds, on sectors, on entire segments of the galaxy, leaving behind only screaming scars. Left unchecked, it would soak everything in its fourfold hunger until there was no quiet dark left, only the constant maddening howl of the warp. The Emperor, as the high churches told it, had once sought to order everything, to pack the galaxy into neat ranks, each man and woman in place, each planet a cog in some vast engine. Tyberos did not believe in that dream either. He had seen too many worlds die under its grinding. Somewhere between those two absolutes, between the cage and the maw, there had to be something harsher, older. The sea did not love the fish within it. It also did not seek to eat them all at once. It was content to let them breed and die, so that there would always be something alive to kill.
Please support the channel and check out the link below for the best merch.
Rangu, the Void Father, was not merciful. He was not compassionate. He did not descend from his throne to wipe tears from the faces of the suffering. He simply watched. He had cast his sharks into the dark and given them a simple mandate: hunt what grows too fat. Abaddon overfeeds, Tyberos said quietly, more to himself than to those around him. He drags too much meat to his god's teeth. If he succeeds, there will be only screaming where the quiet should be. That cannot be allowed. He tilted his head, regarding the glowing icon of the flagship. A predator must know the taste of his own blood, he said, so he remembers that he is not the only hunter. The thought was not dressed as righteousness. He did not pretend that what he did would save the Golgotha cluster. That world was already dead. The others would stagger on, populations shattered, their skies full of ash. His work here would not heal them. It would simply make sure that the wound did not deepen into neighboring systems under the same bloated hand. On the flagship, far away across the gulf of angry space, Abaddon sat his throne once more, the screams of the flayed captain still echoing faintly in the machinery below. The reports of the grey-clad attackers had been tallied. The adjustments to his fleet had been made. Elite warbands ascended toward him, their gunships burning trails through the murk. His armored fingers drummed slow and thoughtful on the throne's arm. He had faced many enemies. Chapters of Space Marines had thrown themselves at him in righteous fury. Orc empires had tried to break his fleets with sheer weight. Eldar craftworlds had bled to blunt his advance. He remembered the taste of their deaths. He carried the scars of their attacks. This, though, was different. This was not defiance shouted from a fortress wall. This was not a last stand beneath some banner. This was teeth in the dark, tearing strips from his flanks. For a moment, in the privacy behind his helm, Abaddon smiled. "So," he murmured, "you come for my herd, little sharks. You circle my blades. You think yourself unseen." His gaze rested on the central icon of the Carcharodon flagship, ghosted into the hollow map by the efforts of his augurs and sorcerers. "Come closer," he said. "Let me show you what hunts at the heart of the storm." On the Nikor, Tyberos turned away from the map. "Prepare a path into the core," he said to his shoal masters. "We will not whittle him forever. We have made him bleed. Now we will make him see us." In their separate thrones, in their very different faiths, the Despoiler and the Shade Lord reached the same cold conclusion. The other would not remain an unseen force for long. It was time, each decided, to put teeth to teeth and see whose bite was stronger. Golgotha Primus had become a planet of carrion. The hive spires that still stood were broken towers of bone jutting from a skin of ash and glass. Some lay on their sides, whole kilometers of habitation snapped at the roots and toppled, their stacked levels torn open so that their insides spilled out in frozen mid-fall. Others were nothing but crater rims, fire-lit mouths dropping away into depths where foundations and bedrock had fused together. 3 hives were already silent, their vox beacons dead, their last transmissions cut off in screams. 2 more did not truly exist any longer, reduced to titanic impact scars, where orbital fire and controlled core breaches had punched straight through their hearts. In the gaps between those great absences, other spires burned and shuddered, their interior wars still ongoing, their populations still fighting and dying in numbers that would have staggered any sane mind. The air itself was a weapon now. Toxic smog rolled over the shattered terrain, colored with the alchemical vomit of broken manufactoria and collapsed promethium reservoirs. Dust storms scoured skin from bone, Ash fell in slow, constant snowfall, a mix of burnt plasteel and human remains. Men who stepped outside without sealed gear choked on the first breath and clawed at their throats on the second. Yet the war did not stop. In the canyons between fallen hive ribs, guard regiments that still called themselves loyal dug in behind walls of rubble and the corpses of their own dead. They fired from windows that no longer had rooms behind them, their laser guns and heavy stubbers pinpricks against the hammer blow of the Black Legion's ground forces. Traitor guard and cultist mobs surged forward over the ruins, led by giants in black and brass, each step of a traitor Astartes shaking the broken floors. Men died in heaps. Bodies slid down slopes of shattered ferrocrete, tumbled from upper levels into the churning fight below. There were no clear lines, no front, no rear. There were only pockets of resistance and waves of murder crashing over them. Abaddon watched it all and seethed. In the strategium high above Golgotha's ravaged skin, the Despoiler's mood had turned from savage satisfaction to cold irritation. The surface war had been meant to be short, a swift harvest, and a clear signal. Instead, the planet clung to life like a wounded animal, dragging down more of his attention than it warranted. Still, he would not let it go. "Deploy the engines," he said. Orders filtered down through levels of command that would have taken days in another military. In his fleet, they passed with the speed of fear. Hangar bays opened like the mouths of titans. From within strode things that were not tanks and not beasts and not machines, but unsanctified fusions of all three. Demon engines descended in waves, their hulls grown from bone and steel, their weapon limbs drooling warp fire. They slammed into the ruined avenues of Golgotha Primus, their combined tread turning cracked streets into crunching slurry. Titans followed. They came not in parade ranks, but as solitary gods of war striding through burning dust clouds. Corrupted battle engines of the Legio, aligned to the Black Legion, stalked into the hives, their feet punching through ruined levels, each step collapsing rooms full of men and machines. Their carapace cannons and arm weapons raked the interior spaces, firing down into lobbies and up through ceiling after ceiling, clearing vertical shafts with gouts of plasma and shell fire. Entire levels of habitation simply ceased to exist, crushed and burned in a descending series of cave-ins as support structures, failed. Men who had never seen the sky in their lives died crushed under the weight of it, entombed before they ever knew the god machines were near. Abaddon fed his war down into the lungs and bowels of the hives, forcing the fight into closer, bloodier channels. It became a grinding war of attrition, each meter of corridor costing thousands of lives, each stairwell fought for again and again as it collapsed and was dug through and collapsed once more. The gods were pleased. From orbit, the warp storm around Golgotha Primus writhed higher, its colors fouler, its lightning strikes more frequent. Sorcerers whispered of a roar in the immaterium that could be felt even by dull minds. Every death added its own bite to that chorus. Every despairing breath drew attention from things that had no right to look upon this world, and yet did. On the Nicor, Tyberos watched those same feeds and tasted the reek of it. In the strategium, the holodisplay showed Golgotha as a flickering skull, hollow eyes burning with unnatural light, its jawlines cracked and bleeding fire. Red motes crawled over its surface, each representing a major chaos concentration. The warp readings around those points spiked, pulsed, ebbed, then spiked again as sacrifices were carried out. Summoning circles completed, demons birthed. "Ground war continues," a shoal master said, his voice a low rumble. "The Black Legion bleeds for every corridor, but they have meat to spend. They do not care how often they spend it." Tyberos listened to the litany of numbers, each one a tally of deaths. On the loyalist side, on the traitor's side, it made no difference to the warp. "He feeds them," he said. "He feeds his gods with effort as much as with blood. The longer he fights, the more voices they have to shriek in their ears. He considered, eyes half-lidded, as if watching some deeper current beneath the visible map. "If we leave this as it is," he went on, "if we only starve his fleet and let his ground war drag on, they will still be satisfied. The scar in the warp will be deep, the harvest will be great, this cluster will howl for long centuries." The shoal masters waited. "We are not here to help his blood tithe," Tyberos said. "We are here to reduce it. Cut the head, cut the hands, stop them from lifting more to those teeth." He turned his gaze to the symbols marking the largest Chaos command nodes on the surface. Summoning nexuses, Titan rally points, command bastions dug deep into hive cores. "Bring the fleet closer," he ordered. "Prepare full drop strength. We will strike where his orders flow, not where his blades have already sunk in." The Nakor adjusted her orbit with a low, shuddering burn. Other warships followed her like grey sharks, closing in on a wounded whale. Assault boats were prepped, drop bays opened, runes flared as flight decks cycled to red. In the launch cradles, the drop pods waited. Each was a brute cylinder, of armored plating and retro thrusters, a meteor forged in a shipyard. Their hulls bore the scars of previous drops, great blackened streaks where they had scorched through atmospheres, gouges where debris and fire had tried and failed to tear them open. On some, dried blood had been frozen onto the hull during extraction from previous theaters, turning them into streaked crimson comets when they fell. Inside, Astartes locked themselves into their restraints. Chains ratcheted tight across their chests. Helm seals hissed closed. Weapons were checked, maglocked and checked again. In the cramped red gloom, the only sounds were the grunt of harnesses, the growl of reactor cores, the faint, distant thrum of the ship's hearts. Chaplains moved from pod to pod, striking plate with crozius heads, intoning low litanies. "Void Father sees," one said. His helm leaned close to a slitted viewplate. "He casts you down where the meat is thickest. You will cut, you will clear, you will not. Stay your hand for the sake of the men beneath your boots. They are already ghosts. Your duty is to keep their souls from chaos teeth." "Void Father sees," came the answer, steel-edged voices in the cramped spaces. Tyberos took his place at the heart of the first wave. His Terminator armor barely fit within the reinforced drop cradle, the harnesses creaking as they locked over his shoulders and thighs. The claws of hunger and slake folded in tight against his chest, dormant but humming. He closed his eyes in the darkness, not in prayer, but in focus, visualizing the tower he would strike, the corridors he would walk, the bodies that would fall. Warning runes flared. "Translation to surface in 3 staging burns," a pilot's voice sounded over the internal vox. "Brace for release. Impact zones marked around Chaos command nexuses. Expect heavy anti-air. Expect demon presence. Expect nothing but death." The clamps released. The pods dropped. They fell from the Nikor and her accompanying vessels in a storm, thousands of dull red sparks that quickly turned into screaming fireballs as they hit the upper reaches of Golgotha's poisoned atmosphere. Trails of burning air shredded behind them. Superheated gases licked their hulls. Frozen blood on their plates vaporized in gouts of ruddy steam, turning each pod into a falling, blood-streaked meteor. The sky was already full of debris. Broken orbital platforms tumbled in slow arcs. Pieces of shattered ships glowed as they skipped off the air, shedding fragments like sparks from a grindstone. Last fire and macro shells reached upward from desperate ground batteries, trying to hit targets that passed overhead too quickly. Warp lightning arced from corrupted clouds, striking at random, turning unlucky pods into momentary flares as systems overloaded and compartments flash-fried. Every third pod died before it reached the lower cloud layers, torn open, detonated, or simply broken apart by the fury of the descent. Those that survived came in harder, Retro thrusters fired in brutal pulses, slowing the final plunge by just enough that armor and flesh would not liquefy on impact. Pods hit hive plateaus, crater edges, open plazas, and blasted manufactoria floors with the force of small gods. Decking buckled. Cracks spider-webbed outward. Anything beneath the landing sites turned into splintered paste. Explosive bolts blew the pod doors outward. The space sharks erupted. They came out at a run, the restraints that had held them for the fall, already retracting into the pod's walls. Their grey armor was almost black beneath the settling ash. Their chains wards roared into life, teeth whirling, hungering. Bolters, shotguns, combat blades, lightning claws, all came up in a single practiced motion. They hit traitor guard lines that had been dug to resist infantry, not falling stars. In a trench system where corrupted officers had spent hours placing heavy weapon teams and overlapping fields of fire, a pod slammed down directly on the central command bunker. The shockwave flung men against their own modest walls. Before they could even decide whether they were still alive, the hatches blew. Carcharodons charged through the smoke. Bolter fire blew bodies apart. Astartes crashed down into the trenches, their greater mass and weight turning their leaps into impacts. Mud and bone sprayed up under their boots. Chainswords tore through flak armor and flesh alike, ripping men from hip to shoulder, sometimes taking the next rank behind them as the momentum carried on. One traitor squad tried to mount a disciplined bayonet countercharge. They died in seconds, impaled on the shark's blades, their own weapons bending and snapping against ceramite. Carcharodons did not stop to disengage. They simply drove forward, forcing the bayonets deeper into the men they had skewered, using the dying bodies as battering rams to knock down those behind. Within heartbeats, the trenches were full of churned meat. Elsewhere, drop pods smashed through upper levels of hives, punching through ceilings, walls, and floors in succession. Each impact crushed those unlucky enough to be in the structure's path. By the time a pod screeched to a halt, buried 3 or 4 levels deep, the corridors around it were already clogged with dust and limbs. From those holes, squads poured into the interior spaces, turning corridors into rivers of blood. At the forefront of one such push, Tyberos drove toward a corrupted spire that had become a summoning nexus. The tower itself jutted from the hive's flank like a diseased growth, its surfaces crawling with etched sigils. Holes had been blown in its walls intentionally, making space for warped artillery pieces and screaming statues that were not statues at all, but bound warp entities petrified in the moment of their own emergence. At its apex, the sky was open to the storm, a jagged wound that exposed ritual platforms to the warp's direct gaze. Tyberos and his red brethren punched through the tower's base like auger teeth. They moved up spiral stairways clogged with cultists, each step carrying them higher in a tide of gore. Storm bolters spoke in disciplined bursts. Terminator shoulders shattered masonry as they forced their massive frames through spaces never meant for them. Wherever the spiral narrowed, they simply blew the walls out, walking through clouds of pulverized stone. Sorcerers waited on higher levels, their staffs crackling, their mouths already shaping killing words. The air in those chambers felt thick, as if filled with some invisible fluid. Tyberos felt the pressure build, a weight on his limbs and thoughts. He did not slow. Warp lightning speared toward him, arcs of sickly colored power that had flayed men and armor in earlier engagements. It hit his plate and crawled across it, seeking weaknesses. His armor's ancient wards flared, little more than scratches on the scales of the creatures that screamed beyond the veil. But sometimes scratches were enough. The worst of it grounded out, reducing itself to a stink of burned dust and a thin film of char on his shell. The sorcerer who had cast it stared, eyes widening. Tyberos crossed the distance between them in 3 strides. Hunger came down, not as claws, but as a fist, smashing the staff aside. The warp energy within it detonated in an uncontrolled discharge, tearing the sorcerer's arm off at the shoulder. The man screamed, the sound turning into a gargle as Slake swept up under his jaw, cutting his head nearly in two. They stepped over his corpse and kept going. At the summit platform, the summoning circle was nearly complete. Cultists knelt in concentric rings, their bodies forming part of the ritual geometry. Their skin had been carved with sigils, lines of blood tracing spirals and stars. At the center of the circle, reality bulged. A shape was forcing its way through. It was massive, even in its half-formed state. Claws the size of tanks pressed against the air, distorting it. Horns like twisted towers pushed through a membrane that might have been both smoke and flesh. A head reared, eyes opening as slits that burned with malignant light. Its roar was like a hive collapsing. The demon prince was being born from Golgotha's collective agony. Tyberos did not wait for it to finish. He charged straight through the circle. Cultists screamed as he smashed them aside, their chained bodies snapping as his bulk hit them. The ritual lines broke, glyphs smeared under his boots. Warp energy snarled, dragged out of its prescribed channels. The half-formed beast thrashed, its passage into reality suddenly contested. Hunger and Slake drove into its emerging limbs. They bit deep into flesh that was not flesh, talons sinking until they touched something that felt like packed hatred. The demon shrieked, its voice climbing in pitch as the laws it was forcing aside suddenly snapped back at it. Tyberos braced his boots and pulled. The limb tore. It did not sever cleanly. Things like meat and smoke and molten glass ripped, strands snapping under the strain. The claw came away in a storm of howling fragments. Warp fire screamed in all directions. Cultists, caught in the surge, burned from the inside out, their bodies swelling and bursting like rotten fruit. Tyberos turned and tore another piece off. He ripped at the demon prince as he would have ripped at the limbs of some great ocean beast dragged from Nostramo's depths long ago. Piece after piece came away under his claws, each loss sending ripples of backlash through the summoning circle. The central bulge of unreality began to collapse in on itself, the aperture shrinking as the thing inside lost its purchase. For a final, irrational moment, the demon's head forced through, only from the mouth up, a vast, jawless skull, eyes blazing with hatred. It tried to lock eyes with Tyberos, to promise him future torments. He drove both claws into its face and wrenched. The head split. The nascent prince screamed without breath as it came apart. The hole in reality snapped shut like a fist closing. On the platform, the cultists died one by one as the power they had tried to harness ravaged them. Some shriveled into withered husks in an instant. Others turned inside out, their organs bursting out in sprays before catching fire. A few simply stopped, their bodies dropping as if cut from puppeteer strings. Tyberos stood amid the smoking ruin, his armor steaming, the claws of Hunger and Slake dripping with whatever passed for the demon's ichor. He looked down at the ruined circle. "One less mouth," he said. Elsewhere in the hive, other mouths still fed. Carcharodon squads pushing through a manufactorum sector came upon a chamber that should have held macro shells and promethium stores. Instead, it was a vast, echoing space dominated by a row of massive, organic-looking cannons that grew from the floor and ceiling, their barrels pulsing with a slow, nauseating glow. Around their bases, chained in tight circles, knelt rows of men. Their bodies were emaciated, their eyes blank. Thick cables ran from their spines into the cannons, their veins full of something too bright to be blood. Every time the warp guns fired, the men jerked as one, mouths opening in silent screams, souls flaring like candles in a gale. Another layer of flesh peeled from their minds. Another strip of humanity burned away to feed the weapons. A Reaper sergeant voxed the scene to the Nicor. "Living batteries," he said. "Cultists, chained as fuel. They power cannons that spit the warp itself downrange. Firing arcs reach into our allies' positions and beyond. Recommend instructions. Tyberos listened, silent for a heartbeat. Then he turned to the fleet icons above the hive. "Designate that district for orbital scouring," he said. "Chaos. Command elements are still withdrawing through those areas," a shoalmaster observed. "Heavy concentration of enemy assets. Loyalist remnants entrenched there as well." "Then we will kill them with the rest," Tyberos answered. "The gods do not deserve that many souls. The void will take them instead." On the surface, the Reaper Sergeant heard the verdict. He relayed it without hesitation. His squad withdrew, moving quickly, leaving the chained men and the warp cannons behind. The first lance strike hit moments later. It came from one of the Abaddon escorts, a surgical line of sun-hot light that punched through the hive's upper levels and down into the manufacturum district. Other beams followed, converging, turning the entire area into a flaring column. Walls melted, machinery vaporized. The cannons and their human batteries ceased to exist together, their substance converted to superheated gas, and then to nothing at all. Shock waves ripped outward, collapsing. Adjacent structures, loyalist foxholes and chaos redoubts alike, vanished under avalanches of falling steel and stone. From orbit, it was just another bright wound on a planet already scarred. On the ground, the wars within the hives began to slow. With their summoning circles broken, their sorcerers torn apart, their warp cannons silenced, chaos command structures frayed. Orders became contradictory, interference heavy. Demon engines, deprived of guiding rights, rampaged without purpose, turning on anything nearby until they were brought down by cooperative fire or left to wander. In the ruined streets where the shock of the drop assaults had passed, Carcharodon reapers and chaplains turned their attention from killing to something harsher. The Red Tithe began. They moved through the shattered remnants of guard regiments that still held themselves upright, and the feral ghettos that had crawled out of the wreckage. Men lined up because Astartes told them to line up, because they had no better idea, because compliance was the last habit left to them. The Reapers walked the lines. They were officers of death, their armor marked with tally runes, their helms bare, so that the men could see the shark grey of their eyes. They looked at each man in turn. They saw the way he stood, the way he held what weapon he had left, the set of his jaw, the scars on his hands. Strong, weak, too old, too soft, corrupted, fearful but still holding, already broken. Those judged suitable for forced induction were marked. A ritual knife, its edge deliberately notched, carved a simple line on the left cheek, from cheekbone to jaw. Some men gritted their teeth and bore it without sound. Some hissed, some trembled. Those who tried to pull away were struck and held until the mark was made. The chaplains followed, pressing fingers to the fresh scars, murmuring words that sounded like a blessing and a sentence both. "You will leave this world," they said. "You will be remade. You will never see your home again. Whatever you were, you are now only hunger in his service. If you cannot bear that, die here instead." Those who faltered at those words were simply pushed aside. Their marks would mean nothing. Those judged unworthy did not keep their lives. They were told to step out of the line. Some did so in blank confusion. Others protested, insisting that they were strong, that they had fought, that they had killed traitors with their own hands. None of it mattered. The Reapers had seen what they had seen. Execution squads followed behind the selection, leaving a trail of corpses. Bolter rounds at close range ended some. Others were given to chains wards, their bodies driven into the same pits that held chaos dead. There was no time, no resources, no inclination to keep mouths that would only cry and complain in the long dark of the fleet. Some of the rejected were fitted with collars and neural shunts instead of simply killed. Servitor cadres needed, replenishing almost as much as the chapter's fighting strength. Those selected for that fate were dragged to mobile shrines of iron and brass, where tech adepts with augmetic limbs stripped their individuality from them with a speed that spoke of long practice. Mechadendrites opened skulls, inserted control units, rewired spines. Men screamed or drooled or sat in stunned silence as their futures were whittled down to a single function. The bodies of those beyond use piled up. Pyres were built from the wreckage of vehicles and shattered HAB units. Corpses were stacked in layers, guard uniforms mingling with rags and chaos symbols. Promethium was poured liberally across the heaps. Astartes ignited them, stepping back as flames roared up, heat washing over their armor. Black smoke poured into the sky, joining the pall that already hung over Golgotha Primus. It carried with it the smell of burned flesh, the last thin remnants of a population that had once numbered in the tens of billions. From orbit, the planet looked like a carcass left in the sun. Hive spires stood cracked open like bones split to suck out the marrow. Some had broken entirely, their stumps surrounded by fields of debris that glowed faintly from lingering fires. Rivers of molten metal and rendered fat ran through the canyons where streets had been, glowing orange in the shadows. The seas, such as they had been, were choked with ash and wreckage, their surfaces clotted and still. Of the mass of humanity that had once crawled across every surface of Golgotha Primus, only a scattered remnant remained. Small groups of survivors cowered in whatever holes they could find, their eyes staring blindly at the ruined sky. The rest were ash, smoke, or screams echoing faintly in places no living man could see. Above that planet of carrion, the sharks circled still. The storm around Golgotha Primus swelled like a bruise. Where once the warp had merely lapped at the edges of the system, a roiling tempest now wrapped itself around the planet and the Despoiler's armada. Colors bled into one another in the void, sickly greens and bruised purples, and a red so deep it ate the light around it. Lightning without source or end crawled through the phantom clouds, each jagged bolt a stroke across the hide of reality. Within that storm, Abaddon gathered his pack. His flagship hung at the center, a black leviathan crowned in ruin. Around it, like scales on some titanic serpent, clustered Black Legion cruisers, demon ships whose hulls flexed and shivered as if alive, and the vessels of allied warbands. Their formations were close, dangerously close by any sane admiral's standards, hulls separated by distances that could be crossed by a single lance misfire or an ill-judged maneuver. Here, it was safety. Each ship carried its own retinue of lesser craft. Raider squadrons prowled along the formation's skin, gunboats and escorts snapping at anything that even looked like it might approach. Transports full of slaves and munitions cowered in the shadow of greater guns, wrapped in a cocoon of overlapping void shields. At the armada's edges, the warp boiled. Sorcerers stood on the decks of specialized vessels, their armor hooked into the ship's structure by cables and chains, their staff tips thrust into snarling warp antennae. They poured their focus outward, not toward the planet, but toward the surrounding void. They twisted. Sensor ghosts bloomed in the near space around the fortress fleet, blooming and fading in patterns calculated to frustrate and mislead. Whole phantom flotillas winked into existence on Auspex screens, complete with false emissions and falsified drive signatures, only to vanish when approached. Vox channels filled with whispers that sounded like distress calls from loyalist vessels, pleas for aid that led only into dead zones where the warp's skin was thinnest. At certain vectors, space itself seemed to fold, tormenting augur. Beams. A ship's own long-range sweeps might reflect back at it, as if bounced off a distant rig, creating the impression of a shadow fleet mirroring every move. The sorcerers smiled behind their horned helms as they layered lie upon lie, building a maze not of metal and walls, but of misdirection and fear. The Despoiler sat in his throne at the fortress fleet's heart and watched as his trap solidified. "Let them come," he said softly, Let them chase ghosts until they bleed. When they finally see me, it will be as they die upon my guns." In the outer dark above the tortured system, the Nikor's hull thrummed. The Carcharodon flagship had drawn nearer by increments, skirting the outer limits of the warp storm, teeth bared to measure its turbulence. Now it hung at the edge of the maelstrom, the storm's boiling light reflecting off its scarred armor. Around it, the rest of the Nomad Armada waited on silent thrusters, ships drifting in formation like grey predators, assembled for a common kill. In the Strategium, the storm loomed as a spinning sphere of mad light. Auspec's data crawled around its surface, lines of script marking the worst of the flux tides, the deep eddies, the sudden spikes of warp radiation. Picked captures from sacrificial probes flickered in stuttering images, showing glimpses of the fortress fleet within, half drowned under interference. A shoal master pointed with a scarred gauntlet. "His armada is compressed," he said. "All the strength he has left wrapped tight around his flagship. The pit is deepest here." Tyberos stood on the command pulpit, helm in the crook of one arm, his bare face lit by the storm's witchlight. The grey of his eyes held no reflection. He watched the slowly turning projection without speaking. "We could continue to harry the edges," another shoal master said. "Pick off whatever strays too far from his teeth. Bleed him in a ring, starve him until the storm burns itself out." "It would take time," a third answered. "Time he will spend dragging more souls to his gods. His grip on Golgotha is wounded, not broken. Every day we sit out here and bite at crumbs, he feeds them." Murmured agreement, calculations, conservatism disguised as prudence. Tyberos lifted his helm and fixed it over his head. The neural plugs bit into their sockets with a familiar sting. The world narrowed through the pale lenses. The storm's image seemed closer now, as if he could reach out and sink his claws into it. "The longer we circle," he said, his vox carrying the weight of the words through the chamber, "the more the void fills with screaming. We have already cut his herds. We have burned his barns. His teeth are still there. He still drags fresh meat to them. He will do so until someone takes his jaw away." He turned, looking down over the ranks of officers and serfs. "We are not wall dogs," he said. "We were not made to skirmish and skulk at the edge of another's war. We were cast into the dark to hunt that which the core cannot stomach. This storm is a wound. The thing at its center grows fat on the blood it spills. We will not wait for him to come out. We go in." The words fell into the silence like a stone into deep water. The shoal masters bowed their helms, not in surprise, but in acceptance. They had known this moment was coming. The only question had been when. "Straight through," Tyberos said. "No lingering, no feints. We punch into his storm and close with his throat. Trust your augurs. Trust the judgment of your bridge crews. Trust the Void Father. He will not move the stars for us, but he has set us here. That is enough." Orders rippled outward. Across the fleet, engines that had been held in check roared as spirit engines howled in anticipation. Reactor cores flared, pouring power into shields, guns, and navigation banks. On every ship, helmsmen felt a weight settle on their shoulders. The calculations. Ahead would not be gentle. To steer a vessel through the shallows where real space and the warp gnawed at one another's edges was to wrestle with tides that did not make sense. Some whispered prayers to the Emperor as they had been taught in boyhood. Others muttered their own shipboard superstitions. A few, the ones who had survived enough of these dives to know better than to hope, simply tightened their grips on their control harnesses and watched the numbers. Forward. The Nikor angled her prow toward the storm and advanced. The warp met her with teeth. Storm fronts of raw unreality slammed against her void shields, making them flare a sickly blue. Energy crackled along her hull, crawling in patterns that looked uncomfortably like script. For a moment, a vast eye opened in the maelstrom ahead, as large as a world, its iris a whirling ring of screaming faces. Augur crews saw it. Some flinched, Some crossed themselves. Instruments registered only a minor fluctuation in radiation. "Ignore it," growled the shipmaster. "See the numbers, not the dreams." The Nikor's prow vanished into the storm, the rest of her following. One by one, the other ships plunged after her, their hulls swallowed by roiling warp light. From outside, it was like watching grey blades disappear into a swirling wound. Within, the universe became noise. Alarms shrieked as sensor arrays were overloaded by contradictory data. Space bent around the fleet. One instant, the void outside the view screens was full of tumbling debris, broken rocks, and ship fragments. The next, it seemed as if the ships were racing through the streets of some impossible city, towering spires of bone and brass arching overhead, warp lightning dancing between them. Phantom fleets appeared on auspex, close enough that emergency collision warnings blared. "Bearing starboard, unknown class, closing, impact in heartbeats." "Negative," another voice snapped. "Ghost return, range is..." "Wrong. All readings out of phase. Hold course." It was a test. For every true threat, 10 lies flickered past. Some fools might have slowed, trying to pass each echo. The Carcharodons pressed on. Their auger crews had learned to read the warp's static, as other men learned to read the sea. They filtered for the cold signatures of real metal, real plasma, real mass. "Contact," came the call at last. Multiple enemy vessels ahead. Markings consistent with Black Legion escort line. Range closing. This one is real. Tyberos leaned over the rail as the hololithic storm parted just enough to show flickers of red icons ahead, a scattered screen of chaos ships angling to intercept. "Guns to full charge," he said. "Harpoons ready. We do not slow." Space tore itself open as the two forces met. Lance fire lanced across the void, long spears of focused energy that bored through the madness like shot through fog. One of the Carcharodon escorts died outright, its shields already weakened by the storm. A beam caught it amidships, drilled straight through, and burst from the other side in a blossom of molten metal. The ship's spine snapped. Sections spun away, venting men and fire. The Nikor replied. Her own lance decks vomited light, spearing an enemy cruiser from prow to stern, cutting it nearly in half. The broken halves drifted apart, spilling flame and bodies. Secondary explosions marched along its length as magazines went up, each blast a brutal punctuation mark. Macro batteries followed, their shells great hulking slugs of steel and promethium. They arced through the void in visible trails, crossing the gap in heartbeats to slam against twisted armor. Fragments tore free, some pieces the size of hab blocks, spiraling away with new fires blooming across their surfaces. Carcharodon rams drove into the enemy escort formation, grey croziers of steel slamming prow first into black and brass hulls. Void shields flared, buckled, then collapsed, under the sustained punishment. The impacts that followed were catastrophes, bow plates folding inward, internal bulkheads crumpling, reactors jolted in their housings. Amid the chaos, the chain lances fired. Harpoons as thick as towers hurtled out from the Nikor and her consorts, their barbed heads glowing faintly from the energies they carried. Their trailing chains hissed through space, links clattering against one another in a soundless storm. They struck chaos vessels that had already been rocked by gunfire, burying themselves deep into ruptured armor. The winches screamed, grey ships heaved as they reeled their foes in. One Black Legion cruiser, still half-functional, tried to reverse thrust, engines flaring as it fought the pull. The chains went taut, metal groaned, plates tore loose, the harpoons held. Slowly, like a beast dragged by hidden hands, the cruiser slid through the void toward an oncoming Carcharodon ram. The collision was magnificent. Prows met and gave way, armor crumpling like foil. The two ships fused for a heartbeat, structures interpenetrating before the stresses tore them apart again. Fires blossomed from both, atmospheres venting in great geysers that crystallized into sparkling clouds. Hundreds of thousands died in that single impact, crushed, burned, or flung into the freezing dark. Tyberos watched through relayed auger feeds as one of the demon ships tried to twist away from a similar fate, its hull contorting, faces bulging from the metal as if screaming. A harpoon had caught it through what passed for a spine. 3 Carcharodon frigates hauled on that chain, engines redlining. Inch by inch, they pulled the writhing thing into the line of fire of the Nikor's forward batteries. "Burn it," the Shadelord said, lances and plasma stitched across the demon ship's hide. Chunks of unreal matter sloughed away, evaporating into greasy mist. Warp fire burst from rents and was sucked back in on itself. Something within. The ship howled and howled as its bonds broke. For a moment, a shape like a colossal, many-limbed beast clawed its way out of the wreckage, only to be torn apart by the vortex of its own dying. The void battle sprawled, a madness of light and broken things. Ships many kilometers long twisted around one another, exchanging broadsides at ranges so close that even misses did damage. Vessels that had been separated by distances too great for human minds to comfortably comprehend were now close enough that gunners could see the enemy hull markings with the naked eye. Reactor cores went critical again and again. Each overloaded heart birthed a new miniature sun in the storm, a flare of white that washed out instruments and burned after images into eyes. The shock waves from those detonations rolled through the fortress fleet's packed formations, slamming one ship into another, making them grind together like ice floes crossing. The Nikor shuddered under the battering, a salvo of torpedoes, their guidance blinded by warp interference, still found her. 2 detonated short, their warheads shredding against the howl of her shields. One drove on, nose boring through the void screen, to strike just below her primary lance decks. The explosion ripped a ragged wound in her flank. Entire compartments vanished, blown out into space in a shower of twisted girders and bodies. Thousands of serfs and neophytes died without even understanding what had hit them. One moment they were at their posts, hands on levers, tongues forming the syllables of the next litany. The next, they were tumbling through the void, lungs freezing, blood boiling, their last view the Nikor's scarred hull receding behind them. Bulkhead shutters slammed down where they could, shearing deck plates and crushing those caught in between, sealing breaches at the cost of more lives. Fire suppression systems vented atmosphere in entire sections, suffocating flames and mortals alike. Warnings flooded the Strategium. Hull breach on port quarter. Decks 30 through 40. A voice reported, using the old shipboard numbering instinctively before correcting himself. Multiple compartments lost. Casualties in the thousands. Reactor integrity holding. Void shields weakened but functional. Course unchanged, Tyberos said. "Lord, we can angle for partial cover behind that wreck," a shipmaster suggested, pointing at a tumbling Black Legion hulk. "Use it to mask approach. Bleed off some fire." "Course unchanged," Tyberos repeated. "The longer we dance, the more chances he has to send fresh teeth at us. We go forward. If we die, we do so on his hull, not gnawing at the edge of his courage." The Nikor drove on, her prow pushing aside the wreckage of lesser ships like driftwood. Her engines burned bright, a defiant glare in the heart of the storm. Close now. The fortress fleet's central mass swallowed the hololithic display. Icons packed in tight, around the representation of Abaddon's flagship. Void shields overlapped, weapons emplacements bristling. The warp around that core eddied, a slow, ominous whirlpool within the larger tempest. "Teleport range," intoned the master of the fleet. "Barely. Warp flux makes precise targeting. Uncertain." Uncertain was a generous word. The storm twisted coordinates as easily as it twisted sensor returns. To attempt a teleportation here was to cast dice loaded with void. "Lock it," Tyberos said. Strategium priority, upper decks. I do not care if we must cut through every corridor between there and his throne. Get me onto that ship. On the Nikor's Librarium decks, psychers knelt around humming teleport beacons. Their eyes rolled back, blood running from nose and ear and lip as they forced their minds into the screaming chaos outside. They anchored themselves to the reality of their own hull, with litanies learned in whispers. They reached out through the warp with groping, bleeding fingers, feeling for the massive, malignant gravitas of the Despoiler's flagship. Tech adepts chanted as they adjusted the ancient machinery of the teleport array, dials and levers that had to be set just so, even as the readings juddered. They found purchase, not perfect, not clean, enough. Lock achieved, Vox relays confirmed. Margin of error, significant. It will do, Tyberos said. He turned from the pulpit and walked toward the teleport chamber, each step echoing on the deck. Red Brethren fell in behind him, their armor scored by the void battle, their weapons newly loaded. A chaplain paced at his side, Crozius resting on one shoulder, teeth and bones clacking on the chains at his waist. In the chamber, the teleport dais glowed faintly, geometric patterns inscribed into its surface by artisans long dead. Locators hummed. The air smelled of ozone and old burns. The sharks took their places within the inscribed circles, boots locking into raised clamps. Tyberos stood at the center. He looked once at his warriors. You know your duty, he said. Do not waste breath on hope. It is a poor shield. Think only of the next step, the next kill. The Void Father has cast us into this storm. We will either bite the throat he has set before us, or sink into the dark with our claws buried in it. There is no other ending worth having. Void Father sees, they answered as one. The world vanished. Teleportation through a storm was like being forced through the eye of a needle made of burning glass. For an instant, even a Space Marine's reinforced consciousness threatened to tear. Reality around them inverted, skin turning inside, armor becoming flesh, thoughts becoming noise. The warp rushed in to fill the gaps, visions pressing in at the edges, promises of power, of release, of torment. Then the Nikor's imprint snapped them back, the beacon's brutal familiarity wrenching them through the hole they had just made in the universe. They arrived badly. Blue-white lightning slammed them into existence, not in a single tidy formation, but scattered along several adjacent compartments in the upper decks of Abaddon's flagship. The storm's flux had shoved them sideways on the skein. Tyberos materialized in a corridor that had once been part of a grand architectural plan, sweeping and adorned. It was now a throat of brass and bone, its walls fused with the ship's own titanic musculature. Faces grew in the metal, mouths open in silent screams. Pipes pulsed with something that was not quite blood. A Black Legion Terminator patrol was already moving along that corridor. They had felt the universe warp. They turned toward the flare with guns rising. Tyberos moved before they could even fully register what had appeared. Hunger and Slake roared awake, their claws snapping out, fields crackling. The first traitor's combi bolter barked. Rounds struck Tyberos's chest, staggering him AC. Fraction cracking his outer plating. He hit back, not with finesse, but with raw force, slamming into the squad like a thrown bulkhead. The nearest enemy went down under his charge, chest crushed. The next lost his arm and half his torso to a sweeping rake of the right-hand claw. A third tried to bring his power fist down in a hammer blow. Slake caught the descending arm at the wrist, teeth biting through metal and bone, ripping it free in a spray. A storm of fire from the surviving Terminators turned the air into a deadly maelstrom, bolts smashing against the corridor's walls, chewing into Tyberos's retinue as they flickered into existence a few breaths behind him. One of his red brethren took a roundful in the helm. The blast pulped his head. His decapitated body remained upright for a heartbeat, then toppled. The fight was brutal and short. Blood, oil, and warp-tainted ichor painted the deck. The last traitor tried to voice a warning along his personal vox. Hunger punched through his visor and ended the message in a wet click. Elsewhere in the flagship's upper levels, other teleport flares disgorged scattered knots of grey Terminator plate. Some arrived in armories, erupting into squads of surprised traitors who had been rearming. Others arrived in empty companionways, rushing toward the sound of battle, guided by their internal auspex and the pull of their commander's beacon. One group materialized half-phased into a bulkhead, a miscalculation of inches, condemning them to die shrieking as flesh and ceramite blended with screaming metal. The corridors of the Despoiler's lair became hunting grounds. Demon things that had taken up residence there, crawling along the walls or lurking behind vision slits, found themselves confronted with a kind of predation they did not understand. They were used to being feared, to mortals falling to their knees or firing wildly when confronted by their sneering maws. The sharks did neither. They cut, they burned, they tore. Warp entities unmade in this fashion screamed not only in real space, but in the immaterium, adding a new, discordant note to the storm outside. Librarians on the Nicor tasted that change and drove their fellows onward with renewed urgency. Behind the boarding teams, the great void battle only grew more savage. Demon ships, sensing their masters under threat, threw themselves bodily at Carcharodon cruisers, their hulls splitting open to disgorge tides of warp flame and chittering nightmares. Grey ships vanished into those flares, emerging from the far side blackened and torn, or not at all. Loyalist vessels riddled by lance fire lost control and spiraled down toward Golgotha Primus, drawn inexorably by the world's gravity well. From the planet's surface, those falling hulks were new stars. They burned as they hit the upper atmosphere, shedding pieces that streaked across the sky. Some made it all the way down, slamming into already ruined hives in impacts that dwarfed any single bombardment strike. Whole districts disappeared under the ascending mushroom clouds of debris. At the heart of this layered apocalypse, Tyberos pushed forward. He moved through the flagship like a blind spear, guided by the tug of his own sense of where the command sanctum should be. He had fought on enough of these god ships to know the pattern, even when chaos had twisted the lines. Upward, inward. Corridors that should have run straight took sudden turns, warped by the structure's semi-organic growth. He cut through walls when he needed to, his Terminator bulk and claws battering aside plating that had been grown, not forged. Rooms that had once been amphitheaters of prayer now served as mustering halls for warbands, banners of 100 dead chapters hanging in tattered rows. He left trails of corpses through them. He gathered survivors as he went, red brethren converging on his path, their icons pinging on his helm's display. Some came trailing, wounded behind them. Some had lost brothers. Their numbers shrank, but their focus sharpened. At last, the resistance stiffened. Black Legion Terminators in full war panoply formed dense blocks in the final approach corridors, their armor marked with personal trophies, their guns already spitting fire down the narrow choke points. Auto turrets built into the ceiling and walls tracked and fired, spitting streams of heavy rounds. The air was a storm of metal and energy. Carcharodons advanced through it. Their void-hardened plate drank punishment. Some fell, armor finally cracking, bodies torn apart under the unrelenting salvos. Others simply pushed through, trusting in old steel and older stubbornness. They returned fire where they could, storm bolters barking, grenades arcing to detonate among the defenders. At the last choke, a single Black Legion Terminator stood in the doorway, his corrupted cataphracti plate blocking most of the passage, his heavy flamer vomited burning, promethium, turning the corridor into a river of ignited fuel. Anything that tried to push through would be cooked in its shell. Tyberos stepped into that fire. The flames washed over him, clinging, licking, seeking seams. The heat was intense enough to make even his armor's warning runes flare. Paint bubbled and peeled, icons scorched. He kept walking. Each stride was an act of will, each heartbeat a rejection of the instinct to flinch away. He crossed the last meters, fire peeling away from his plate in banners. The enemy Terminator tried to bring the flamer up to use it as a club. Too slow. Hunger and Slake rose together, the twin claws carving in at opposite angles. For a heartbeat they framed the traitor's helm, each set of talons a crescent of death. Then they closed. The head, helm, and all came away in two halves, tumbling to either side. The body stood a moment longer, then collapsed, flamer dropping with a dull clang. Tyberos kicked the corpse aside. The bulkhead. Beyond loomed, its surface a tapestry of nailed skin and hammered metal, icons of the dark gods stamped into it from the inside. Behind it, he could feel the thrum of command devices, the heavy presence of something vast and malignant. He set his claws against it. Power fields snarled as they bit into the composite. With a roar of tortured material, the great doors gave way. Plates buckled, components tore from their housings, wards etched in blood flared and broke. He ripped the bulkhead inward, making his own entrance. He stepped through into the strategium of the Despoiler. Lightning crawled over Hunger and Slake, their teeth dripping warp char and the gore of 100 lesser kills. Tyberos's armor smoked. Ash flaked from his plate with each movement. Behind him, Red Brethren stepped up, forming a ragged but solid line. At the chamber's far end, upon his throne of iron and bone, Abaddon rose. The Warmaster turned to face the intruder, the talon of Horus flexing, his helm's eyes blazing like hateful stars. The chamber stank of old blood and burned worlds. Tyberos stepped through the torn bulkhead into Abaddon's strategium and felt the weight of it settle on him. A pressure behind the eyes, a heaviness in the bones. The place was a wound carved within the heart of the flagship, a sanctum of command and blasphemy fused together. The floor was a mosaic of shattered aquili. Once, the twin-headed eagle had sprawled across the chamber in proud lines of gold and white stone. Now its fragments were scattered and pressed into a chaotic pattern. Wings lay broken, heads crushed beneath boot and claw. The gaps between the shards were filled with dark mortar, a mix of powdered bone and dried blood that had been walked into the cracks by centuries of war. Above, banners hung heavy from the vaulted ceiling, drooping in the tainted air. Each one was fashioned from flayed skin or looted cloth, dyed and overpainted. Imperial heraldry had been scored away and replaced with the 8-pointed star or the Eye of Horus. Some showed stylized images of burning hives, others the crude silhouettes of planetary orbits crossed out one by one. There were more banners than Tyberos could count at a glance, each the death shroud of a murdered world. The throne sat at the far end of the chamber, a mass of iron and bone raised upon a stepped dais. It was not an elegant thing. It was a butcher's seat. Vertebrae from creatures that might once have been human or something very close formed its spine. Skulls were mortared into its arms. Rusted chains anchored its base into the deck. Symbols of all 4 greater gods clung to it like barnacles, carved and nailed into place, some fresh and wet, some old and scabbed. Abaddon stood before it, a living tower of ruin. His armor was an avalanche of black and brass, Baroque Terminator plate swollen by the weight of 10,000 years. Horns curled from his pauldrons like the trophies of some immense beast. Furs from Xenos predators hung ragged from his gorget. The air around him shimmered with a heat that had nothing to do with the ship's systems. On one arm, the talon of Horus flexed. The ancient gauntlet was a relic of the long-dead Warmaster, reforged and twisted. Its claws were long and curving, each one alive with crackling warp energy. The faint impression of an eye glowered in the armor above the wrist, as if the weapon itself remembered everything it had killed. In his other fist, Abaddon held a sword. Its blade looked almost simple compared to his armor, a long, slightly curved length of metal with a serrated edge. That simplicity was a lie. Warp flame crawled along it in slow, hungry tongues, colors shifting from sickly green to poisonous violet. Faces flickered in the fire, screaming in silence. The psychic residue of uncounted slain clung to the weapon like smoke. For a heartbeat, there was no sound. The Strategium's demon-bound machinery hissed softly. Hollow displays hovered in the air, showing fragmentary images of the void battle raging outside, icons bursting and fading as ships died. None of it mattered in that moment. Two predators regarded one another across the mosaic of broken eagles. The Despoiler, champion of the Pantheon, the man who had taken the name and mantle of Horus and turned them into a black banner under which gods went to war. The Shade Lord, exile of a distant creed, a shard of the Emperor's oldest, cruelest intentions, still carrying out orders given in a forgotten age. Abaddon took a step forward, the talon's claws gouging the mosaic. "So," he said, his voice rolling through the chamber like distant artillery, "the sharks show their teeth at last." Tyberos moved to meet him, boots grinding pieces of Aquila into dust. His armor was scorched, plates cracked where bolter rounds and warp fire had chewed at them. Gore clung in clotted sheets to his greaves and vambraces. Hunger and Slake whispered on his hands, their talons extended, serrated teeth glistening with the remains of demon and mortal alike. "You left a trail," he said. His vox flattened the words, but there was a roughness beneath, a sea salt growl. A child could have followed it. Abaddon laughed. The sound was not mad. It was almost genuinely amused. "I remember your kind," he said. "Grey ghosts in the void above the plain. Dogs that would not heal when the corpse called, so he cast you out and set you loose on his enemies. I wondered if you had withered. It seems you have not. You have teeth still." He tilted his helm, as if examining a specimen. "I can use teeth," he went on. "The galaxy is wide. My wars are many. You hunt well. You know how to starve a campaign. You have done damage here, more than most." The warp flames along his sword's edge flared brighter as he lifted it. "End your exile," he said. "Swim in my wake instead of snapping at it. Turn those claws of yours against the worlds of the Imperium openly. I will give you oceans of blood, Shade Lord. Endless campaigns. A place at my side as a named terror in my black crusades. Your void will never go hungry again." Around them, the Red Brethren and Black Legion Terminators circled one another, weapons tense, waiting for the first twitch that would become the storm. Tyberos stood in the eye of that tension and considered the offer. He saw, as Abaddon spoke, the picture the Despoiler painted. Battle after battle, worlds burning, the Carcharodons unleashed not as half-forgotten myths, but as a named horror in the pantheon of chaos. Their exile ended, their purpose rewritten. They would never lack for prey. They would glut themselves on the meat of worlds until there was nothing left but bone. The warp seethed behind those promises, voices whispering at the edges of hearing, urging, coaxing, threatening. He thought of the Void Father's silence. He thought of the sea above, Nostramo long ago, black and endless, caring nothing for the men who drowned in it, caring nothing for the ships that crossed it. It simply was. It devoured what fell into it, without joy or malice. It did not make covenants. It did not offer deals. Tyberos's helm lenses narrowed. "Your gods scream," he said. "They howl for attention like starving beasts. They claw at the skin of the world to get their teeth into it. They promise and demand and promise again, always louder, always hungrier." He lifted hunger a fraction, the talons ticking against one another. He said, meaning the Emperor as the sharks knew him, "says nothing. He does not bargain. He cast us out and has not spoken since. His silence is more trustworthy than all your screeching." The warp flames around Abaddon's blade snapped higher at that blasphemy against the Pantheon. The talon flexed, claws carving deeper grooves. "You think your silence makes him strong?" Abaddon asked. "It makes him dead. A corpse on a throne of lies. You cling to the memory of his cruelty because you cannot admit that he abandoned you, dog." Tyberos shrugged, a slow roll of massive shoulders. "All predators die," he said. "The sea remains." He shifted his stance, claws widening. "Your vaunted forces," he went on, "are just stock for slaughter in a hunger larger than your gods. They squeal and fight in the slaughter pens, but they go in the same mouths in the end. You dress it up in banners and titles. It does not change what you are." Abaddon's helm tilted forward by a fraction, as if a great weight had shifted inside it. "Then you choose death," he said. "There was never another choice," Tyberos answered. The duel began. Abaddon moved first, a blur of mass that should not have been able to move so quickly. The talon scythed out in a wide, hooking slash, its claws leaving burning afterimages in the air. At the same time, the demon's sword came in. From the opposite side, a flicker of warp-lit metal aimed to take Tyberos at the neck. Tyberos surged in instead of away. Hunger met the talon in a screech of clashing energies, the claws sliding against one another, sparks and warp stuff spitting from the point of contact. Slake snapped up to catch the sword, talons biting along the blade, turning its killing edge aside. The impact drove him back a half step, ceramite under his boots cracking the mosaic. For a few heartbeats they were locked there, strength against strength, weapons grinding. The warp lit the chamber in mad colors, shadows jumping and shrinking and leaping again. The banners above them swayed as if in a wind, faces painted upon them seeming to writhe. The darkness in the corners thickened, shapes watching from within it. Around the central clash, the waiting lines broke. Red Brethren and Black Legion Terminators hurled themselves at one another like colliding avalanches. Armor crashed into armor, power fists swung, each blow capable of reducing a man to wet scrap. Chain fists buzzed, their teeth carving through ceramite, biting into the meat beneath. Storm bolters fired point blank, detonations pulverizing limbs and heads. A Carcharodon Terminator caught a Chaos Brother in a bear hug, the two of them wrestling for control of a single blade. They toppled together, rolling in a crunch of plate. A moment later, blood sprayed from the underpile as one of them managed to bring a power dagger to bear at the joint of a gorget. Another pair met with fists rather than blades, punches denting helm and pauldron, bones splintering beneath. When one finally fell, his killer brought a boot down on his chest, the weight and force caving in the breastplate, crushing everything beneath it to paste. Tyberos shoved, breaking the bind. He stepped in, closer to Abaddon, inside the reach where the length of the demon blade would be harder to bring to bear. His right claw snapped forward, talons raking across the War Master's breastplate. The armor there was ancient and mighty, layered and reinforced, but even it could not ignore the cumulative stress of millennia and the focused fury of the Red Wake. Hunger's teeth bit through the outer casing, digging furrows in the plates. A few talons managed to slip between segments, carving shallow furrows into the flesh beneath. Dark blood welled up, hotter than human, steaming as it met the air. It was not much, a scratch on a titan, but it was blood. Abaddon's head snapped down, helm lenses fixing on the red streaks splashed across his chest. He drove the talon into Tyberos's side with an almost casual flick. The claws glanced off the thick cataphracti pauldrons, instead of punching through as they had done to so many lesser foes. The angle was just wrong enough, the depth of the armor just great enough. Even so, the impact was like being hit by a thunderhead. Plates crumpled. Warning runes flared across Tyberos's vision. One claw punched through, grazing ribs, sending a shock of white pain through his torso. Tyberos leaned into it. He took the glancing hit rather than trying to twist away and losing his position. Pain was a tide. He had drowned in it before. he could do so again. Slake came up under the sword in that moment of committed motion, hooking around the demon blade's guard. With a wrench, Tyberos dragged the weapon down, its tip gouging a long groove in the mosaic floor instead of opening his throat. He used the momentum of the move to bring Hunger up again, this time at the joint of Abaddon's left arm. The Talon's housing was strong, but joints were always weaker. The clawed gauntlet jerked as Tyberos's talons tore into the plates around it, slipping under, scraping along corrupted flesh and augmetic struts. One of the Talon's fingers spasmed, then hung limp, its field flickering. Abaddon snarled, a sound more animal than regal. He slammed his helm forward, the spiked crest, atop it, cracking against Tyberos's own shark-jawed ornament. Lenses sparked. For a half-breath, the Shade Lord's vision blurred. The Despoiler wrenched his sword hand free and drove the demon blade down, smashing the flat of it across Tyberos's helm. Not a cutting stroke, but a hammer blow, backed by monstrous strength. Tyberos staggered, boots skidding on stone slicked with blood. The demon bound into Abaddon's sword shrieked in silent delight at the contact, its flames flaring higher. Warp fire licked across Tyberos's gorget, trying to find purchase. Wards glowed, fought, held, then guttered out. They exchanged blows in a storm of steel and hate. Hunger ripped away chunks of black armor, exposing weeping, scarred flesh beneath. Slake carved long scores across the diamond blade's edge, sparks flying as warp metal met warp-charged teeth. The Talon struck and struck again, leaving craters in Tyberos's plate, denting his ribs, cracking his collar. The diamond blade slid along his armor, looking for gaps, occasionally finding one and sending a line of burning agony through the meat below. They moved each other across the mosaic, each footfall breaking more of the old imperial symbol. Shards of Aquila snapped beneath them, the emblem of the Emperor's dominion reduced to powder under the fight between two things he had once claimed. One red brethren crashed at Tyberos's side, half his torso missing, internal organs spilling out in a wet rope. A moment later, a Black Legion Terminator fell across him, helm crushed, arm severed. Another Carcharodon, bleeding from multiple rents, pushed past his commander with a roar, only to be caught full in the chest by a sweep from a Chaos power axe, his body ripped open. The Strategium had become a grinder. Power fields flared, flickered, and failed. Where they failed, metal tore, flesh tore, men died. The banners above were tumbling now, their mountings shattered, flayed skins dropping in slow, ugly drapes across the carnage. Hollow projectors exploded under stray rounds, spraying shards of glass steel and twisted rune plates. Tyberos drove forward like a tidal bore of gore. He did not dance. He did not faint. He pushed. Every time Abaddon tried to open distance, to bring the full arc of his blade into play, Tyberos stepped inside, taking the smaller hit to deliver a bigger one. His claws tore at whatever they could reach. Fingers scraped along the edges of the War Master's gorget, trying to pry it open. Talons dug into the plates around his abdomen, ripping away segments, exposing glimpses of bruised, scarred skin and augmetic reinforcement. He felt ribs crack under his strikes. He felt tissue give way. He smelled the thick copper stench of the Despoiler's own blood, different from any other, fouled by warp and time. Abaddon answered with rage and focus. He let Tyberos in, once, dragging him closer, letting the Shade Lord think he had the advantage, then twisted, bearing down with the talon and sword together in a cross-handled shove. For a heartbeat, the two warriors were chest to chest, armor grinding, weapons locked. Abaddon spoke a word then, one that had never been meant for any mortal tongue. The warp answered. Power flooded down his arms and into his weapons. A torrent of raw hate dragged from the storm outside. The talon flared with black light, each claw haloed in a corona of shrieking faces. The demon sword's flames went white for an instant, then inverted, drinking in the light around them. The release was an explosion. A focused blast of warp force surged out from the point of contact, a compressed detonation that made the Strategium's walls bow outward. Tyberos took it full on. His armor's wards screamed and failed in a cascade. The blast lifted him from his feet and hurled him backward across the chamber like a broken statue. He hit the far wall hard enough to crack it. Plating buckled behind him. Bones cracked inside him. Something deep in his left side tore. He felt ribs shift in ways they should not. His helm display flickered, then went dark for a moment, rebooting in a flurry of error runes. Half his escort did not even have time to make a sound. The Red Brethren nearest the point of impact were reduced to fragments, ceramite and flesh, and metal blown apart in a cone. Chunks of armor, limbs, and unidentifiable meat slashed across the chamber like shrapnel. One Terminator was decapitated by the flying torso of another. A third simply ceased to exist, his body mangled beyond recognition. Black Legion warriors were caught in the blast as well. Several were thrown from their feet, armor scorched, weapons torn from their hands. One was driven back into a control lector and hard enough to embed him in it up to the waist, his lower body crushed to a smear. The Talon's fingers smoked. The demon sword's flames guttered, then steadied. Abaddon stood panting, breath harsh inside his helm, the cost of channeling so much power evident even in his heightened physiology. He looked across the ruined Strategium. Tyberos pushed himself off the cracked wall. Pain flared in a dozen places. Warning glyphs crawled across his internal display. One of his lungs wheezed, fluid filling it. His left arm felt leaden. The armor plates dented almost flat in places. Hunger and Slake still hummed, though, their talons chipped in spots. Power fields unstable but present. He took a step forward, then another. He did not roar. He did not spit curses. He simply came on, dragging the weight of his battered armor with him, each footfall leaving a smear of dark blood on the shattered aquilae. Abaddon's helm turned, as if he could not quite believe what he was seeing. In that moment, a shrill burst of Vox traffic cut through the chamber's background noise, too urgent to be fully drowned out by the battle. "War Master!" came a panicked voice, distorted by interference. "Outer cordon collapsing. The Grey Fleet is inside the storm. Demon engine Gamma cluster destroyed. Forge Hulk Beta is gone. Reactor breach took its escorts with it. We are losing ships by the score. Casualties in the millions. They ram us with our own dead. The transmission cut off in a scream and static. Another feed chimed in immediately, this one from a different vector. "Flag to fleet!" a hard-bitten officer shouted over the thunder of his own bridge dying. "Enemy has breached central formation. Carcharodon vessel designated Nikor on direct collision course. Multiple escorts crippled. If we maintain current positions, they will reach you, War Master. Recommend immediate..." Static swallowed that one as well. Demonic servitors chattered in the Strategium's walls, their tongues running raw as they spewed data. Hollow projections flickered, showing the fortress fleet's tight knot coming apart under grey hammer blows. Icons representing demon engines winked out as their twisted hulls were broken. Gaps opened in the once seamless sphere of ships, like chunks taken from a carcass by a shark's repeated bites. Abaddon took it in with a rapid glance. He could stay. He could finish this duel, grind this obstinate relic into the mosaic until nothing remained but cracked plate and smears. He could perhaps kill the shark host's master here and now. It would cost him. It would cost him ships and engines and warbands. It might cost him this entire foothold in the Golgotha cluster. He had lost campaigns before. He had lost worlds. He had never lost himself. The gods did not need him to win every battle. They needed him to wage the war. He laughed then, low and bitter. "There," he said to Tyberos, gesturing vaguely toward the collapsing hollow displays. "You see? You have teeth, Shade Lord. You have chewed my flank. Well done." He lifted his sword. "We will do this dance again," he said, "in calmer waters, on a field of my choosing. You will not always have the storm on your side." Tyberos took another step. "Run then," he said. Leave your stock behind. The void will take them in your place. Abaddon's helm dipped a fraction in sardonic acknowledgement. The stock can be replaced, he said. I cannot. He drove the demon blade point down into the mosaic at his feet. Warp fire exploded from the impact, not as a blast this time, but as a tearing. The floor split, not in the way matter should, but as if the concept of solidity had been briefly revoked. A wound opened in reality at the foot of the throne, a jagged oval of boiling, impossible light. Claws of shadow and flame reached out from its edges, tasting the air. The nearest Black Legion warriors staggered back, even those who had walked in the eye itself, unsettled by the raw intimacy of the breach. Abaddon stepped toward it. Behind him, a handful of his closest retainers, Terminators whose armor was marked with the personal sigils of. His inner circle moved as well, their formation tightening around him. They left the rest of their brothers where they stood, left the dying and the dead and those still in the midst of killing. Tyberos lunged, distance shrank. Hunger came up, slake in its wake, claws stretching for the Despoiler's exposed back. For an instant, it seemed he might reach him. Abaddon turned at the threshold. Their eyes met across that last stretch of shattered stone. In the end, the Despoiler said, all things drown. Remember that, Shark. He stepped backward into the breach. Warp light swallowed him and his chosen. The wound in reality snapped closed behind them, with a sound like a great inhalation, dragging air and stray debris down with it. The chamber shuddered as the fabric of the world resettled. Hunger closed on empty space. Tyberos dragged his claws through the air where the War Master had stood and felt nothing but disturbed dust. He stopped himself before momentum carried him into the fading warp scorch. Around him, the battle in the strategium stuttered. Some Black Legion warriors faltered, their focus shattered by the sight of their master's abrupt departure. Others redoubled their fury, roaring oaths of vengeance against the grey-clad intruders. The Red Brethren, reduced in number but unbroken, killed with the same cold efficiency as before. The floor was a maze of bodies, armor, and broken weapons. Somewhere deeper in the flagship, alarms wailed in new and urgent patterns. Auger feeds choked on fresh information. The fortress fleet was tearing apart. The demon engines that had anchored its core were gone or crippled. The Nicor and her shark host were still coming. The War Master of Chaos had fled into the warp, leaving his forces to fend for themselves in a maelstrom of death. The void, indifferent and hungry, waited beyond the burning hull for whatever came next. The wound in the ship began to widen. When Abaddon vanished into the warp and the breach sealed behind him, the flagship did not roar in outrage or rally its strength. It groaned. Deep in its bones, stresses shifted. Systems that had been held together by the dictator weight of the Despoiler's will began to slip. Tyberos felt it through his boots. The deck trembled in a new way, not from weapons fire or struggling reactor cores, but from a cascading failure of things that had been held just this side of breaking. The flagship was vast. It had taken countless wars and wounds over 10 millennia and survived. Without its master aboard to cow its spirits and the demons bound into its frame, it was only a dying beast full of poison. The Vox rune in Tyberos's helm blinked. "Charges placed," came a Reaper's voice, flat and unhurried despite the storm. Spinal girders, plasma feed lines, tertiary core shielding, magazine couplings, all primed, awaiting your word. The Shade Lord turned in the ruin of the strategium. Red Brethren still stood amid. The mangled corpses of Black Legion Terminators. Smoke hung in the air, thick with the sting of burned flesh and vaporized metal. Banners lay in heaps, flayed skin and looted cloth alike, trampled into the shattered aquilae. "Confirm War Master's signature gone," Tyberos said. Librarians in the Nicor's librarium decks and those scattered amid the boarding teams tasted the warp, their minds roar against the storm's touch. His presence has left the hull, a psyker voxed, voice hoarse. His stench is still on the air, but he himself is gone. He runs. Tyberos looked once at the throne on its dais, now empty, a monument with no weight upon it. Then this carcass no longer has a use, he said. Detonate. The acknowledgement came as a simple click. Somewhere far below, in the flagship's spinal relays, melter charges flared white and then blue. Structural ribs that had held the ship together through the age of apostasy, the Gothic War, the fall of a dozen. Fortress worlds suddenly lost their integrity. The spine cracked. Further aft, in the reactor chambers, detonations walked along plasma feed lines like marching feet. Conduits swelled and burst, spraying contained suns into spaces never meant to contain them. Emergency cutoffs tried to slam down and failed, their mechanisms already weakened by centuries of strain and the attention of spiteful tech heretics. Magazine couplings went next, shell racks and torpedo banks, each one stacked with enough death to annihilate a city, jolted in their housings. Secure clamps sheared, electromagnetic locks failed, racks slid, struck, and then brakes tore free. Ammunition surged under its own mass. The first magazines exploded. The blasts hammered outward, bulkheads folded, compartments vanished in light and flame. The shock waves rebounded through the ship's interior, hitting other storage decks, other warhead bays. Those went too. It was not a chain reaction so much as an avalanche. The flagship began to tear itself apart from the inside. Alarms howled in a rising hysterical chorus. Demonic servitors squealed, their augmetic limbs flailing as their flesh boiled. Human crewmen, traitor officers and serfs alike, grabbed at consoles or rails or each other as the decks lurched. Many simply flew, flung down corridors now tilting at murderous angles. In the strategium the floor bucked. Mosaic shards shot into the air. Cracks raced up the walls. A holodisplay fizzled and burst in a shower of sparks, sending burning fragments spinning through already tainted air. "Time to leave," a shoalmaster voxed, tone dry. Tyberos slammed a palm against his teleport beacon. "Recall," he ordered. "All kill teams, now. Whatever is not already away will die with this carcass." Across the flagship, locator icons flared. Carcharodon squads broke off from the fights they were still in. Some did so cleanly, smoke grenades and disciplined withdrawal fire covering their retreat to pre-marked points. Others simply triggered their beacons where they stood, trusting the ancient machinery to snatch them away before the ship took them. Blue-white lightning flickered in corridors and chambers already collapsing. Some warriors made it. Terminators materialized on the Nikor's teleport dais, their armor scorched, their plates dented, gore caked over their icons. Some arrived missing limbs. Apothecaries and servitors dragged them clear as new flares announced the arrivals behind them. Others did not make it. One squad, cornered in a junction where flames already crawled along the ceiling, activated their beacons and waited. The world around them tore, the warp reaching in to grab. A moment later, the flagship's structure shifted, a collapsing deck above sending tons of metal into the junction. The ceiling came down, crushing armor and men. The teleportation field tried to lock onto them at the same time, tearing at their forms. They died in a way no corpse could properly describe, half dragged across reality and half smeared into the flagship's own bones. In the strategium, Tyberos felt the pull. The chamber blurred, reality twisting, trying to decide whether the Shade Lord belonged here or elsewhere. For a heartbeat he saw the room as it had once been, clean and bright, Aquila whole, banners fresh with lawful colours. Then that image blew away like ash. He left as the flagship's spine finally snapped. From the Nikor's strategium, the view was as close to divine as any mortal augur could render. The flagship convulsed. At first it was subtle, a slight warping of its titanic silhouette. Then the main dorsal ridge cracked, a jagged fissure running along its length. Light spewed from it, Not clean starshine, but a screaming mix of reactor fire and warp discharge. Plumes of plasma erupted from the rupture, curling in slow, deadly fans. Armor plates peeled back in immense slabs, tumbling away like the scales of a shedding god. The great, daubed eye on the ship's flank bulged, then burst, the icon torn apart by internal strain. Moments later, the reactors went. It was not a single, clean detonation. It was a series of cascading failures as containment field after containment field collapsed. Each failure birthed a new miniature sun within the flagship's hull, and none of those suns had room to expand. They pressed against one another, pushed outward, shredded whatever was in their path. The flagship disintegrated. Pieces of it shot outward at terrifying speeds, shards of hull, many kilometers long, spinning end over end. Entire decks flew free, still burning, vomiting air and bodies. A section that had once held a hangar bay for demon engines tumbled through space, its interior exposed, fireballs drifting within like lanterns before the vacuum quenched them. The shockwave hit the surrounding vessels. Those closest had no chance. The Black Legion cruisers and escorts that had once basked in the War Master's shadow were caught in the expanding sphere of destruction. Void shields flared, tried to hold, and were simply crushed under the weight of the blast. Hulls bowed, then broke. Some ships folded in the middle, snapping like bones stepped on by giants. Others lost whole sections, their prow or stern ripped away, leaving the remainder to spin. Demon ships fared no better. Warp-forged hulls boiled where the blast hit them, the twisted faces in their armor howling as their substance burned away. Some entities tried to slither fully into the warp to escape. They did not make it in time. The shock tore them apart, scattering their essence like ash in a storm. Dozens of vessels died in that one instant. Mortal crew numbered in the millions were reduced to fragments of meat and ice drifting amid the wreckage. Guns fell silent as their platforms ceased to exist. Vox channels filled with static, then with nothing at all as transmitters vaporized. On the Nikos hololithic display, red icons vanished in clusters. Tyberos appeared on the teleport dais in a blast of ozone and warp-scorched light. He staggered, caught himself, one knee dipping fractionally before he forced it straight. Blood leaked from rents in his armor, thick and slow. Pain gnawed at his side where the talon had grazed him. He shoved it down. "What is left of his fleet?" he asked, voice rough. A shoal master pointed at the shifting map, where the fortress formation was coming apart like a school of fish after a predator's charge. "Chaos formations disintegrating," he said. "No central control. Warbands falling back on their own banners. Some are trying to flee for open space. Others are turning inward, squabbling like dogs over the bones. Many have gone to ground on the worlds below, abandoning their ships rather than face the void." Tyberos watched icons drift. The fortress fleet had been a single clenched fist around the flagship. With that fist shattered, each knuckle reacted in its own way. Some ships were already turning, engines burning hard as they sought to escape the system. Others hung in place, weapons firing at any grey contact they could find in knee-jerk vengeance. A few rogue elements were loosing salvos at their own supposed allies, seizing the chaos as an excuse to settle old vendettas. "Order the fleet," Tyberos said. "No quarter, no negotiations. Every marked hull either boarded and bled or broken from a distance. We do not let these teeth find new meat further along the spiral." The Carcharodon armada adjusted. Where before they had hurled themselves at the fortress knot, now they fanned out, each task group taking a swathe of the broken formation. Escorts chased fleeing raiders, harrying them with lances until their engines died, then closing to finish the kill. Strike cruisers targeted crippled cruisers, moving in on their flanks, raking them with broadsides or loosing fresh waves of harpoon lances. Boarding actions became butcheries. On one gutted Black Legion cruiser, The surviving officers had drawn their remaining men back to a central worship deck, intending to make a final stand around a defiled shrine. Carcharodon assault squads cut their way in from 3 directions at once, storming through walls and floors, turning the chamber into a crossfire of bolter shells and chain blades. The shrine's icon was pulped under Tyberos's boot as he moved through, claws slick with traitor ichor. On another vessel, a warband dedicated to a single god tried to broadcast a surrender, offering mighty sacrifices and oaths of future service if the sharks would stay their blades. The message reached the Nikor's vox pits. The serfs relayed it upward. Tyberos listened without changing stance. "Cut transmission," he said. "Destroy the source." The loyal guns obeyed. A salvo of torpedoes arrowed across the void toward the pleading ship. They punched through its weakened shields and drove into its hull. The resulting explosion tore it in half, its bridge and engines parting company, spinning away as their atmospheres boiled out. No Chaos ship that the Carcharodons could reach lived. Some were scuttled from distance, their hulls pierced and set ablaze by lance fire until their reactors went critical. Others were boarded and cleansed room by room, every living thing aboard hunted down and killed. Traitor captains were not taken for ransom or interrogation. They were butchered along with their crew, their skulls sometimes taken, sometimes left to float among the wreckage. On the edges of the system, where smaller cult fleets and auxiliary flotillas had once plied, supply ships found themselves alone. They tried to run. The sharks found them. Grey prows loomed out of the warp-lit darkness, their engines burning cold. Fuel tankers and slave barges died without ever seeing the planet they had been meant to feed. Some were rammed, some were torpedoed. A few were boarded and turned into practice grounds for neophytes, the youngest warriors learning how to cut men and steel in the screaming corridors of those doomed vessels. Below, on the ravaged planet and its sister worlds, the war changed shape. With no flagship in orbit, no central bellow to keep them in line, the Black Legion's ground elements began to fracture. Some warbands held to their routines, sacrificing and burning as if nothing had changed. Others heard whispers over the vox of the War Master's departure, of the Fortress fleet's death, and their resolve cracked. Some tried to retreat toward extraction points that no longer existed. They were cut down by loyalist holdouts or by hungry Carcharodon kill teams. Others turned on their own mortal levies, slaughtering them in frustration and rage, adding more meat to a harvest that no longer meant anything. Into this broken theatre came the true Red Tithe. The first selections on Golgotha Primus had been brutal and hurried, made in the margins of battle. Now, with the worst of the Chaos presence broken and only scattered pockets of resistance remaining, the Carcharodons brought the full weight of their rights to bear. They came down in force. Thunderhawks and heavy landers descended through smoke-caked skies, their engines trailing plumes of fire and soot. They touched down amid the ruins of hive plazas and manufactoria yards, landing gear crushing bones and twisted rebar. Ramps slammed open. Astartes in grey plate marched out, flanked by servitor cadres and vox drummers. Word went out. Every surviving male old enough to hold a weapon and young enough to swing it with strength was to present himself. Guard remnants, hive gangs, feral bands dragged from the underhive, all were herded toward the mustering grounds. Those who refused were beaten, shot, hauled by force. The Carcharodons did not plead. They gave orders. The selection trials did not take place in halls or training fields. They took place in pits. Those pits had been craters a few days before, gouged into the hive plate by bombardments. Now they were ringed with hastily erected metal walls, watch platforms welded onto their lips. Carcharodon reapers and chaplains stood above, looking down at the throngs packed into the churned mud. At a signal, weapons were thrown down into the pits. Not fine laser guns or bolters or power blades, crude things, iron clubs, rusted machetes, shards of hab plating ground to points, chains, whatever could break bone and spill blood by virtue of weight and edge. A chaplain's voice rolled out over the Vox amplifiers. "Fight," he said simply, "until you cannot stand, until you are the last. Only those who prove they will kill to live will be considered worthy to be remade. The Void Father does not need the reluctant, he needs the hungry." The pits erupted. Men who had fought together hours before now found their hands around each other's throats. Guardsmen turned their bayonets on their own sergeants. Hive-gangers reverted to forms of violence that had slumbered only briefly under the discipline of formal war. Bones cracked, teeth flew. Blood slicked the mud until footing became treacherous, and combatants slipped in the entrails of those they had gutted. There was no time to surrender. To pause was to die. Carcharodons watched without visible emotion. When at last the fights began to slow, when most of the pit's inhabitants lay still or twitched feebly, reapers barked orders. Those who still stood were told to climb, with hands slick and bodies shaking, up the walls of the pits. Those who made it to the top were dragged over and flung down before the assessing Astartes. The number of survivors from each pit was small. In some, only a handful. In others, a dozen. In many, none. Those who had proved strong enough in the pits were marked. Ritual blades scored their flesh. Brands pressed to their shoulders, and chests burned the shark sigil into their skin. Some screamed under the iron, thrashing. Others bared their teeth and bore it in silence, eyes fixed on the massive forms around them. "You are claimed," the chaplains told them. "You will be taken from this world. You will not return. Your names will be cut away. You will be taught new ones if you live long enough, if you become more than meat." They were marched away, chains linking them, toward holding pens that would precede the brutal process of implantation and training aboard the fleet. The rest were not comforted. Those who had fought and fallen in the pits were dragged out by servitors, their bodies stacked in heaped mounds. The wounded who had not been selected were dispatched with quick, brutal efficiency. A bolt round, a knife to the throat, a snapped neck. There were no words, no prayers. Some were chosen for other uses. Servitor cadres had been depleted by the war. Tech adepts prowled the edges of the selection grounds, their mechadendrites probing the ranks for suitable stock. Men with certain physique, certain lack of will in their eyes, were pointed out. They were dragged aside, fitted with stun collars, and led toward mobile augmetic stations, where their minds and bodies would be whittled down to single functions. Those not fit even for that, too old, too infirm, too damaged, were simply shot. Their corpses joined the others in the growing fields of dead. Pyres were built again, or rendering vats brought in. Fat and tissue were broken down into nutrient gruel to feed the chapter's serfs on the long voyages ahead. Bone became char for incense or powdered for ritual paints. On sister worlds within the cluster, the pattern repeated. Agri-planets whose fields had burned under chaos landings now saw their remaining sons marched into selection pits, trampled from their own crops. Forge worlds that had staggered through bombardment surrendered their surviving indentured laborers to the same process. From the shattered remains of a population that had once reached into the tens of billions, tens of thousands were taken for the path toward Astartes. Millions more were taken as serfs, press ganged into the endless labor that kept the nomad fleet functioning. The remaining planetary populations, those left after chaos, after war, after the Red Tithe, were a fraction of what they had been. On Golgotha Primus, a former Lord Marshal stood on a cracked balcony, watching a column of chained men disappear into the hold of a Carcharodon transport. He was thin now, his once fine uniform torn and patched, medals melted down or stolen. Burn scars clawed up his neck. His hair had gone gray in days. Beside him stood a senior priest, robes scorched, face drawn, eyes bloodshot. "These are our people," the officer said, voice ragged. "They fought, they held, they died by the millions. Now they are taken, stripped from their homes, sent into a dark they do not understand. How is this salvation?" The priest's lips moved in a prayer that did not quite find its way into sound. Below, a Carcharodon reaper turned his helm toward the balcony. His gaze swept over the figures standing there, lingered, then moved away. The officer felt no comfort in that brief attention. It felt like being weighed and found, so lacking that even culling was not worth the bolt. "They are not gods," the priest whispered at last. "They are not angels. They are what they are. They are as bad as the things they fight," the officer said. The priest did not answer. On the Nikkor, in a chamber lit by the cold glow of rune slates, Tyberos listened as the kill ledgers were recited. Shoal masters read from data scrolls and cogitator outputs. Their voices were level, ritualized, stripping any potential emotion from the numbers. Confirmed chaos mortal dead across void and ground war, many hundreds of millions, one intoned. Confirmed, traitor Astartes and equivalent fallen, in the many hundreds of thousands. Demon engines destroyed or banished, a score and more. Warband designations rendered combat ineffective in this theater, the greater part. Imperial casualties, another continued. Planetary populations diminished from the tens of billions to scattered survivors in the low billions across the cluster. Strategic assets reduced or lost entirely. Hives broken, agri-capacity crippled. Forge output diminished to a fraction. Red tithe yield, a third said. Suitable candidates for Astartes aspiration, tens of thousands. Serf intake, many millions. Servitor stock, sufficient to replace losses and expand key cadres. They finished. The chamber was quiet, save for the hum of machinery and the distant, constant heartbeat of the ship. Tyberos considered. He did not weigh the numbers as a moralist would. There was no scale of good and evil in his mind. There was only intake and output. Chaos had poured a vast mass of souls into this theater, seeking to feed gods and cement a foothold. The Carcharodons had intercepted the flow, diverted it, broken much of it on their own hulls and blades. The void had taken its share. The warp, denied the feast it had been promised, had still eaten plenty. The Emperor, silent in his throne, had neither thanked nor rebuked. "Predation successful," Tyberos said at last. The words were not exultant. They were an assessment. This cluster will not become a permanent gate for his crusades. He will need to find another wound to worry. His war here is ruined. Shoalmasters nodded. "Our exile continues," one said. "Our numbers are replenished," another added. "Our holds are full. Our blades have not dulled. We have bitten the Despoiler and lived." Tyberos looked once more at the slowly updating maps of the Golgotha cluster, its worlds now marked with the sigils of ruin and tithe. "Then we leave," he said. "We do not linger to play garrison for men who will curse us as happily as they praise us. We are not their wall. We are the teeth in the dark. There are other wakes to follow, other overeager hands trying to drag too much meat to the same old mouths." He turned away. In the ruined system they left behind, the Black Legion's remnants drifted or burned. Some warped away, limping, their hulls scarred, their crews gutted, their commanders already scheming how to twist this defeat into fodder for the gods' amusement. Many more remained only as wreckage, scattered across the void, or speared into the flesh of the ravaged worlds. Abaddon's forces in this theater had not been negotiated with. They had not been turned back by faith or rallied by hopeful speeches. They had been mauled, starved, decapitated, and finally shattered by a chapter that answered to a throne that did not speak and a creed that did not flinch from matching atrocity with atrocity. Loyalty, for the Carcharodon's Astra, had never meant mercy. It meant only that when they fed, they chose their prey along a line drawn in the dark by a dead man's will, and they tore the Despoiler's war apart with the same cold, impersonal cruelty they would have shown any other stock animal brought stumbling to the galaxy's endless slaughterhouse. The reports did not arrive as a single, clear story. They came in as scraps, astropathic fragments burned into the minds of half-mad psychers, vox logs dragged from shattered repeater stations, cogitator cores recovered from bunkers that had survived bombardment only because the rubble above them had been too dense to crack. Shell-shocked officers babbling their testimonies into the hissing teeth of broken Auspex recorders. On a battered fleet tender in high orbit over the Golgotha cluster, a circle of scribes sat in a dim, smoky chamber and tried to make a history out of it. They were men with hollow eyes and ink-stained fingers, dressed in robes that still smelled faintly of burned cloth and old fear. Their desks were piled with slates and scrolls, each one bearing numbers and names that no longer matched any living reality. Every so often, one of them would stop, quill hovering over parchment, and stare at a particular line until another scribe nudged him back into motion. Golgotha Primus, one murmured, reading from a tally scratched down in a cramped, spidery hand. Pre-war population estimated in the tens of billions. Post-engagement survey. Vox silence persists across primary hive sectors. Confirmed survivors in the tens of millions at best, scattered. Multiple hive entries marked lost. Structure collapsed. Population, 0. He spoke the last word softly, as if saying it louder might make it more real. Another scribe coughed, wiping his nose on the back of his hand. Cross-reference that with guard reports, he said. There were 5 main hives on Primus. 3 are gone entirely, 2 fractured. The numbers do not add. We have gaps. Chaos bombardment, the first said automatically. Partly, the other agreed, but not all. They had transcripts of earlier pleas for aid from those hives before the sky had fully fallen. Fire and panic. Black Legion sigils descending. Demon engines in the streets. All of it corresponded to patterns seen on 100 other war worlds. Then the tone of the pleas changed. They spoke of grey giants in the smoke, of angels with shark jaws on their helms, of saviors who fell from the sky in burning coffins and tore the hearts out of the Despoiler's work. They also spoke, in the same hoarse, disbelieving voices, of those same saviors gathering the survivors in pens and pits, making them fight, taking the strongest and leaving the rest as ash and fat. Unknown chapter, one report labelled them. Storm grey, markings resemble old records of the Carcharodon's Astra, believed lost in the outer dark. Behavior pattern does not match. Standard codex practice. No parley, no sanctuary. Angels, one officer had called them before his voice broke, but not the kind from shrines. Monsters, another had whispered, as he described the red tithe pits and the gleam of wet brands pressed to screaming flesh. The scribes wrote it all down. They recorded that the Black Legion had scoured worlds here, and that something else had followed, scouring what remained. They tabulated demographic losses with the numb diligence of men counting coins, except each mark in the loss columns was a life, a family, a hive washed away. On one slate, an administratum adept had written and rewritten a single line, as if by repetition he might understand it. Population reduced from tens of billions to tens of millions. Strategic value, uncertain. Ecclesiarchal status, compromised. Classification, purged but not cleansed. In the eye of terror, far from those scraped and broken worlds, the Despoiler brooded. He sat, not in the strategium where the sharks had reached him, but in a throne hall carved into the living substance of a demon world. The air tasted of iron and burnt incense. The sky outside was a swirl of unending storm, stars wheeling in patterns that made no sense to sane eyes. Demons gibbered and whined in the cracks of the stone. Sorcerers whispered in the galleries, feeding him tidbits of prophecy and warp augury like carrion birds dropping offerings at the feet of a greater beast. He held a broken claw of armor in one gauntleted hand, turning it over slowly. It was a piece of his own plate, torn away in the fight aboard his flagship, the gouge where hunger had bitten into it still visible. Dried blood, his own, flaked from its edges when he squeezed. "They are old," one prophet dared to say, his voice a thin reed in the cavernous hall. "They are scars you forgot, War Master. Predators the corpse threw into the dark because he did not have the wit to kill them outright. They are not like his pretty, codex-bound sons." Abaddon's helm turned slightly. "Say what you mean," he said. The prophet swallowed, his throat working under the weight of that gaze. "There are chapters out there that do not fit in the neat lines the Lord of Ultramar drew," he said. "Hidden killers, dogs too wild to be brought to heel in neat crusades. They will not come when he calls. They will strike when they smell blood, not when the tithe demands. They are less predictable." "Good," Abaddon said softly. The prophet blinked. "Good," he echoed. The Despoiler closed his fist around the broken claw, metal screeching. The shards bit into his palm. Blood, old and new, ran between his fingers. "Predictable foes are dull," he said. "Gilliman's sons march on timetables. They fight on grids. They die in squares that I can draw before the war begins. These sharks, they came when the void whispered to them. They bit hard. They made me bleed." His helm lenses burned brighter. "I will remember that bite," he went on. "I will remember the taste of their work in the outer dark. The next time I cast my shadow over some forgotten cluster, I will listen for their wake. And when they come nosing after my herds, we will see whose jaws close first." The prophets shifted uneasily in their places. One muttered that the Imperium's hidden predators made its death throes more interesting. Another whispered that the gods were amused, that the Pantheon liked the idea of loyalist killers as savage as any war band. Abaddon raised his hand for silence. The eye of terror roiled around his world, its storms swallowing the light of distant suns. He watched patterns in those storms that no mortal observer would ever see, threads of possible futures stretching outward. In some, he saw himself crushing worlds unopposed, his banners alone over burning hives. In others, he saw grey shadows slicing in and out of his fleets, always at the edges of his vision. He savoured both. Far from his throne, deep in the black above the galactic plain, Tyberos listened to the last of the campaign ledgers on the Nicor. The strategium felt different without the immediate pressure of a war zone below. The hololiths still glowed, but now they showed not live feeds of burning hives and dying ships, but rolling tallies and the slow crawl of the nomad fleet's courses. Shoal masters spoke in turn, reading from data slates chained to their wrists. "Confirmed losses to our fleet," one said. "Strike cruisers and escorts destroyed or rendered unserviceable. Several. Estimated mortal crew dead, many thousands. Neophyte losses, heavy but recoverable. Red Brethren fatalities, counted and honored." Another added, "Red tithe yield from Golgotha and sister worlds. Tens of thousands marked for implantation. Surf intake in the many millions. Servitor stock refreshed." A third, his voice flat, recited, "Enemy losses, confirmed. Mortal troops in the hundreds of millions. Traitor Astartes and equivalent engine constructs. The greater part of their presence in this theater. Warp assets disrupted. Command node annihilated. The Despoiler's foothold broken." They finished. Tyberos stood on the pulpit, helm fixed, claws resting on the rail. He did not ask how many civilian lives had been lost beyond the bare necessities of the tally. That number was too large and too useless. The void had taken it. Chaos had taken it. The tithes and pyres had taken it. Counting it would not return a single breath. "Redistribute recruits," he said. "Fill the gaps in the companies. Replace line lost with those who bled hardest in the pits. The rest we cycle into training according to need." He jabbed a claw at the drifting icons representing the neophyte cohorts. Do not forget where they came from, he added. They are not ours by birth. They are ours by choice, made in blood. Some will break, some will fail. We feed the strong forward and throw the weak back into the dark. That is the only mercy we can afford. There was no speech beyond that, no litany of justification, no attempt to call what they had done a victory in anything but the most literal sense. The Carcharodons did not hold banners over reclaimed spires. They did not stand in assembly halls while priests praised their names. They took their tithe. They broke the enemy's teeth. They left. On the cracked surface of Golgotha Primus, there were no Carcharodon garrisons. The great grey giants boarded their thunderhawks and landers as soon as the last red tithe pit had been emptied, the last servitor collars locked, the last render vats sealed. They left no chapter keep, no fortress monastery dug into the bones of a hive. They gave no charters to provisional governors. They did not sit in council with the surviving officers to plan for reconstruction. They left wreckage and traumatized men staring at empty skies. One junior officer of the Planetary Defense Forces stood among the ruins of his command bunker as the last Carcharodon assault craft lifted off, engines tearing at the ash-laden air. The shadow of a thunderhawk swept over him. He flinched, then straightened as if bracing against the wind of its passing. "Who rules us now?" he asked the old priest beside him, voice raw. "The Black Legion is gone. The sharks are gone. We have nothing. No food, no industry, no vox to the wider Imperium, only graves. What did they save?" The priest did not answer. He watched the Thunderhawk vanish into the smoky clouds, eyes narrowed against the grit. Somewhere high above, in the deep corridors of the Nikor, a junior Astartes officer wrestled with a similar question in his own, harder way. He was not young by mortal standards, but among the Carcharodons he was still a neophyte, his plate new, his scars few. He had stood on the observation blister as the last of the fleet's landing. Craft clamped back into their housings, as the anchoring arms retracted, as the ship's attitude thrusters shifted to point her prow once more toward the black above the stars. He found Tyberos alone for a moment, in a side chapel, if the bare steel alcove with its single pitted plate bearing the shark sigil could be called that. "Shade Lord," he said, voice steady only because training and genecraft held it so. "Permission to speak." Tyberos turned his helm slightly. "Speak," he said. The younger warrior hesitated, then forced the words out. "We have broken a piece of the Despoiler's war," he said. "We have taken his ships. We have bled his armies. The stories in the Vox speak of it already. Men and beasts and demons will know our mark here. Does this not count toward the end of exile? Will the Void Father not release us, in time, if we break enough of such things?" For a heartbeat, there was only the hum of the Nikor's distant engines. Tyberos looked at the plate on the wall, the crude shark jaw stamped into it, the old, barely legible script around its edges. "When we were cast out," he said finally, "he did not tell us how long we would drift. He did not set a quota of enemies or a ledger of wars. He pointed us at the dark and told us to hunt what grows too fat." He lifted one hand, claws retracted, and tapped the metal with a dull clank. "This is not a contract," he went on. "It is not a patrol roster. It is a state of being. Exile is not a punishment that ends when we have done enough. It is what we are." The junior officer's lenses dimmed as he dipped his helm. "Then why do we fight?" he asked. "If there is no end?" Tyberos turned back toward the observation blister, where the stars lay, cold and distant. "Because the void still hungers," he said. "If we do not take the overfed from its edge, they will tear holes in it that never close. I do not fight for release. I fight because that is the only answer I have to the noise he left us in place of his voice." He started walking, claws clicking on the deck. "Do not look for an end," he added. "Look for the next throat." Engines burned. The nomad predation fleet pulled away from the ruined cluster, climbing back above the galactic plane into the thin, cold void they preferred. The scars on their hulls from the Golgotha War were fresh, plates missing, edges ragged where fire and shrapnel had bitten deep. Work crews already crawled over them, lass welders spitting, servitors lugging replacement girders. Inside, the holds were full. New serfs huddled in chained rows, eyes wide in the dim light, the memory of selection pits and burning brands still roar in their minds. Neophytes marched under the watchful gaze of drill sergeants, stripped of old names, being layered with new identities like armor. Servitors clanked along maintenance gantries, their fresh augmetics oozing oil, their human memories already dimming. Enshrined niches and warded cases, grisly tokens from the Black Legion's dead hung, a banner taken from the harbinger of ruin, its eye symbol overpainted with the Karkarodon shark, a broken horn from a Cornate champion's helm, a twisted section of demon engine plating that hissed softly when touched by incense smoke, the shattered finger of a clawed gauntlet, its metal still stinking faintly of the warp. The Nikor's reactors beat like a buried heart. One by one, the grey ships of the fleet fell into formation, loose and predatory. No two vessels entirely aligned, each one leaving just enough space to lunge. They did not broadcast their name. They sent no triumphant message to Segmentum Command, no declaration of victory. They simply turned their prows toward a patch of dark between the spiral arms, where augur traces hinted at other disturbances, other blood trails. Then, with a surge of power and a ripple through the skin of reality, they were gone. Word followed in their wake, as it always did. On astropathic currents and in ragged vox tales, whispered in trench lines and over hived tavern tables, the story spread. Of a nameless chapter from the darkness that had come out of nowhere when the Black Legion fell upon Golgotha, of ships in storm grey, devoid of heraldry beyond a gaping bestial shark-maw, of a war master's vanguard torn apart in the outer dark, not by the hammer of a segmentum fleet, not by the glorious stand of a dozen chapters, but by silent predators that took what they wanted and vanished. Some called them angels, because men will reach for any word that once meant hope. Some called them monsters, because men need something to blame when their sons do not come home from the pits and the tithes. Administrator memos debated whether they should be given formal recognition or simply filed back into the category of legends, alongside the ghosts of lost legions and dead primarchs. Inquisitors made notes in ciphered margins. Warband lords cursed them in the depths of their holds. Demons giggled in voices that sounded like snapping teeth. The galaxy did not care. From any broad enough vantage, it was still what it had always been. A wheel of fire and rust, stars burning themselves out one by one as civilizations clawed at one another's throats in the dust around them. The Eye of Terror still burned, a wound in the night, its storms casting psychic light across sectors that had forgotten what a peaceful dream felt like. Abaddon plotted in its shadows, sharpening his next crusade, counting ships and demons and souls, his mind already ranging toward fresh prey. In the dark above the spiral's rim, Tyberos and his Karkarodons slipped between the lanes of war, following the stink of overripe slaughter that marked the Despoiler's work and that of others like him. Their exile stretched ahead of them without visible end, a road made of broken hulls and massacred worlds. Between those, two hungers, that of the gods and that of the silence, uncountable lives flickered and went out each moment. Some would feed the pantheon, their dying shrieks rising in a chorus that made the warp boil. Some would fall on empty worlds, their blood soaking into dust no one ever saw, their last breaths taken by the indifferent void. A few would catch the attention of grey-clad predators, and in that brief instant before teeth closed, they would learn that in this age there were no heroes, only different mouths waiting in the dark.